our government came into office for the first time in many years, who were able to turn the monster. 2016 witnessed a free and a very smooth Christmas and New Year celebrations all over the country. Unfortunately, this year we could not maintain the same feat due to several factors. This is a very worrisome development, and
a very warm welcome to this broadcast coming to you live from the network service of the NTA. My name is Dennis Adegunloye. We are here at an investigative hearing convened by the Senate Committee on Petroleum Downstream. Chairman of the committee is distinguished Senator Kabiru Marafa. The reason we're here is that this investigative hearing should come as no surprise given the seriousness of the issue at hand and the recent hardships being felt by Nigerians caused by the fuel scarcity of the festive period. This is a much anticipated investigative hearing, and we are expecting in attendance the Minister of State for Petroleum, Dr. Ibe Kachiku, and the Group Managing Director of the NNPC, Mr. Maikanti Baru.
And the National Assembly decided to make it open to all Nigerians who cannot be here to see it live and to hear from the horse's mouth on what the problem is like. The session is going to be more of hearing from us because all the critical stakeholders are before us today. We would hear from you, and at the end of your submissions, members will cross-examine where necessary and ask questions for and on behalf of all Nigerians that cannot be here. So without further delay, we are going to commence. But let me stress that what we are going to address today, for the purpose of this sitting, is just the lingering fuel scarcity in the country. We are not going to delve into other issues. Other issues would be dealt with by the appropriate committees anytime the need arises. So the assignment for today is just to look at the fuel crisis. What are those factors that brought it about? Why did it last this long? And how we can avoid future occurrence. I would begin by introduction for the members of National Assembly. After that, we will take roll call of the personalities we invited, and there will be introduction from them. Then we move into the session. I welcome all of you to the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in joint session with the members of House of Representatives. I will begin with my humble self. I'm Senator Kabiru Garba Marafa CON, and by the grace of the Senate, I'm the chairman of the Senate Committee on Petroleum Downstream of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the chairman of this session.
Most distinguished Chairman, Senator Marafa, most distinguished senators and members of the Representative, my name, Honorable Comrade Joseph Iraola Akinlaja. I represent Ondo East Ondo West Federal Constituency, a labor man by background, but Chairman, House Committee on Petroleum Resources Downstream. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I think let us start from the far right, then we come this way, then all the way down, and we take the other members that are seated behind us. Yes, Senator Mao Habungwa. I think you don't need any extra introduction. Everybody knows you from your cap.
Well, distinguished Chairman, distinguished Senator, honorable members, honorable Minister of State, GMD, and other stakeholders here present. My name is Senator Mao Aruko Habungwa. I represent the entire people of Abia North Senatorial District. By the special grace of God, the Chairman, Senate Committee on Primary Healthcare and Communicable Diseases, and a critical member of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues. Let me stand on existing protocol. I'm Dr. Aliu Sabi Abdullahi. I represent Niger North Senatorial District. And by the leave of the 108 senators, the spokesman of the Senate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Dr. Yahya Abdullahi, representing Kebbi North Senatorial District.
Distinguished Chairman, invited guests, I'm Senator Foster Ogola. I represent Bayelsa West Senatorial District. I'm a member of this committee.
Distinguished Chairman, our guest, my name is Engineer Magaji Dawaliu. Mr. Chairman, I'm from Jigawa State.
Distinguished Chairman, members of this committee, the Honorable Minister and the GMD, and our other guests, my name is Rose Oko. I represent Cross River North Senatorial District in Cross River State, and I'm a member of this committee.
Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues, ministers, and NNPC management staff, my name is Honorable Alai Mohamed Kurfi, member representing Dus and Mau Kurfi. I'm Deputy Chairman downstream. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The chairman calls me Executive Vice Chairman. My name is Distinguished Senator Philip Tanimu Aduda. I'm the Senator of the Federal Capital Territory. I'm the Vice Chairman of this committee, and I'm the Senate Minority Whip. Thank you very much.
The executive has come out.
Distinguished colleagues from the National Assembly, invited guests, I am Senator Ibrahim Abdullahi Dambaba, representing Sokoto South Senatorial District.
Distinguished colleagues, invited guests, I am Senator Tayo Alashu Adura, representing Ondo Central Senatorial District of Ondo State, and a member of this committee. Thank you.
Distinguished Chairman, distinguished colleagues, and honorable members of the House, Honorable Minister, GM, PAMSEC, and other stakeholders, good afternoon. My name is Yusuf Abubakar Yusuf, representing Taraba Central. Thank you.
Senator Albert Bassi, Akwa Ibom Northeast.
Distinguished Chairman, my distinguished colleagues, Senator Comrade Isa Hamamisau, I'm representing Bauchi Central, also the Chairman Senate Committee Navy. Thank you.
I am Senator Chukwuka Otaze. I represent the good people of Enugu North Central District of Enugu State. They are most welcome.
Binta Masi Garba, Adamawa North Senatorial Zone of Adamawa State, member of this committee.
Isa Shoaibulau, representing Taraba North, member of this committee. Thank you.
Honorable Chairman, distinguished senators and members Honorable Minister and GMD, Honorable Azilo is my name. I represent Gumbuko 5 Constituency and Prince State, member of Downstream Committee. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my distinguished colleagues and our guests from the oil sector, I am Mike Deni Nego Omobe. I represent the entire people of Okitipupa, Irele Federal Constituency. I'm from Ondo State. Thank you.
Now the National Assembly is still officially on recess. Nonetheless, the seriousness of the issue at hand is this hearing has been convened on the directive of Senate President Bukola Saraki. While the queues of the filling stations have reduced, the Senate has deemed it absolutely necessary that the key players in the sector explain to Nigerians the causes of the recent hardships over the festive period. We are expecting this to be an honest and forthright analysis of what has gone on in recent weeks, and we anticipate such deliberations.
The President, PTD, Petroleum Tankers Driver Association. I think this is all. Is there anybody we omitted that is here? So we take our introduction. Yes. Yes. Yes, so next we take introduction from members that we have just listed now. Beginning with the Honorable Minister and his entourage. You introduce yourself and the members you are with.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of this very laudable body, I've come with a large itinerary of professionals and executors and all that. So I will let them introduce themselves, beginning from the, I think, the PAMSEC. You introduce yourself and then go all the way down. And then when you come here, GMD, you introduce yourself and go all the way down with the team that you come together with. My name is Ibe Kachiku. I'm the Honorable Minister of State. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, distinguished chairman and members of the committee. My name is Ahmed Boboy, Executive Secretary, Petroleum Equalization Farm Management Board.
Good afternoon, distinguished chairman of this committee and other members of this distinguished committee. My name is Mordecai Ladan, Director DPR.
Good afternoon, distinguished chairman. My name is Olashipo Agbaji, PPPRE.
Good afternoon, distinguished chairman, distinguished members, and the invited guests. My name is Usman Danusa. I'm Deputy Director in charge of downstream operations in DPR. Downstream. Honorable Chairman, honorable members, distinguished members, my name is A.M. Abba. I'm the Zonal Operations Controller, DPR, Abuja.
Distinguished Chairman, distinguished members of the committee,
My name is Dr. Noor Habib, DPR.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members. I am Musa Said Tale, Director PRS, Minister of Petroleum Resources.
Distinguished Chairman, distinguished members of the committee, my name is Dr. Isa Bawa, Director of Oil Services in the Ministry of Petroleum Resources.
Good afternoon, distinguished Chairman, distinguished members of this committee, Honorable Minister. My name is Mekanti Baru, GMD NNPC.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and distinguished and honorable members of the committee. My name is Henry Ikem Obi, Chief Operating Officer Downstream for NNPC.
Good afternoon, distinguished Chairman, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Anibal Kraga, the Chief Operating Officer, Refineries and Petrochemicals, NNPC.
Good afternoon, distinguished Chairman and honorable members of the committee. My name is Babatunde Adeniro. I'm the Chief Operating Officer, NNPC Ventures.
Good afternoon, distinguished Chairman. My name is distinguished senators and members of the House of Rep. My name is Isiaka Abdurazak, CFO for NNPC.
Good morning, distinguished Chairman and distinguished members of the committee. My name is MKA Barau, representing Chief Operating Officer, Gas and Power.
Good afternoon, distinguished Chairman and distinguished and honorable members of this committee. My name is Umar Rajia, MD PPMC, NNPC.
Good afternoon, distinguished Chairman and distinguished members of this committee. My name is Mele Kiari. I'm the Group General Manager, Crude Oil Marketing Division of the NNPC. Thank you. Okay, I repeat, sir. Distinguished Chairman, distinguished members of this committee, my name is Mele Kiari. I'm the Group General Manager, Crude Oil Marketing Division of the NNPC. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman and Co-Chairman, distinguished senators and members of this committee, my name is Bello Rabiu, Chief Operating Officer, Upstream NNPC. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished Chairman, distinguished members of this committee. My name is Yemi Adetunji, MD NNPC Retail.
Petroleum and NNPC. Yes, then we go to the next other representative, the Executive Secretary MoMA.
Distinguished Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Thomas Obafemi Olawore, Executive Secretary, Major Oil Marketers Association of Nigeria. I came with the Chief Operating Officer. I wanted him to mention his name. Answer your own name.
Distinguished Chairman, members of the Senate and the House of Representatives, my name is Clementi Song. I'm the Chief Operating Officer, Moman.
Next is Dapma.
Good afternoon, distinguished Chairman and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Dapo Abiodun. I'm the Chairman, Dapman.
Good afternoon, distinguished Chairman and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Dr. Kasim Ibrahim Bateya, the National President, Nigerian Association of Road Transport Owners, NATO.
Good afternoon, distinguished Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Aloga Ayogbogo. I'm the Executive Secretary of NATO.
Ipman.
Good afternoon, distinguished Chairman. My name is Chief Obas Lawson, the Ipman National President, and I'm also here with other members.
Who is talking? Why is he?
See, I'm here, sir.
Where?
Here, sir.
Here. Oh, okay.
It's not the president, please.
So,
wait now, take it easy.
Sir, my name is Chief Obas Lawson, the IPMA National President, and I'm here with other members of the association. Some of them are sitting in the other place, some of them are here. The secretaries and others, they're here.
Problem, since as the chairman, if you introduce yourself and you said you are with other members, we are satisfied. The most important thing is that you are here, and sorry, I jumped this thing. You are supposed to have even come before the DAP man, but the listing is not in any order of importance or something. Yes. Yes, wait now, why are you too much in a hurry? Huh? Yes, please, I think for avoidance of any doubt, we are taking this proceedings strictly according to our own rules, and we would not want anybody to stampede us, please. Yes, if you have any issue, you raise your hand and we are going to acknowledge you. Yes, go ahead and talk.
Distinguished Chairman and members of the committee here present, I am Ed Chinedo Koronkwo, elected IPMAN President, and the Court of Appeal have even affirmed it 2 weeks ago. Nobody is above the law.
Distinguished Chairman,
thank you, sir.
Please, just do your introduction and allow us to...
Distinguished members, Senate and the House of Reps, my name is Engineer Sanusi Fari.
Who is talking again now?
I'm here.
We need to, because the hall is very big. Yes,
yeah.
Go ahead.
My name is Engineer Sanusi Fari, IPMAN National President.
Yes, let's, before he says. Yes, order please, order please. Yes. Let me say this is the beauty of democracy, but before we continue, let me say some things. Like I said, the proceedings are going to continue in accordance with the rules of the Senate. And whatever we do on the floor, in the committee rooms and everything, we are guided by that. And one of the provisions of these rules is that we don't accept clapping in the Senate. So henceforth, if somebody says something that interests you, or whatever, you can smile, you can laugh. That is, if you are lucky, you are not like me. If you are very handsome, otherwise it will be a problem. But we don't clap, please. Yes, and two, because we are being covered live, and if the pressmen are crisscrossing their cameras, there could be some problems. So we are advised by our media team that anybody that is called upon to speak should go to the podium, please. So again, there is no clapping in the Senate, please. Ipman, you have 3 presidents here present. I think it shows how democratic you are. We are not going to delve into our problems. We don't know what they are, and the purpose of this sitting is not to go into our problems. So we acknowledge the 3 of you that are here, and if there are issues, we will take your presentations one by one, and at the end of the exercise, if there is anything you want us to know about your leadership, we will look into it. But for the purpose of this sitting today, we recognize the 3 of you as attendees of this hearing. Not, and we are going to address all of you as president of IPMAN for the purpose of this sitting. Yes, thank you so much for that.
distinguished chairman of this session. To make IPMAN matter more democratic, the chairman of the board of trustees should also introduce himself. Yes, Aminu, Elijah Aminu.
I'm Elijah Aminu Abdul Kadir. I have to respect my elder there. Otherwise, I would have said I'm a critical stakeholder here. Thank you very much, sir. I'm Elijah Aminu Abdul, distinguished chairman, sir, distinguished senators and honorable members here present. My name is Elijah Aminu Abdul Kadir, National Chairman, Board of Trustee, IPMAN. Thank you, sir.
Is there any contest to his leadership? No. Any contest from his leadership? I think this solves even our problem entirely. So if all the three chairmen agree that he is the chairman of our board of trustees, so we are going to recognize Elijah Aminu to speak for and on behalf of IPMAN. So if you have anything, we can give you some minutes, because before we start, you go and confer with Elijah Aminu, give him your submissions, agree on what he's going to say, and he delivers it for and on behalf of all of you. Yes, we thank you so much. You see, this is the beauty of democracy. We have solved the problem now. Thank you so much. Yes, my distinguished colleagues, our invited guests, because of the seriousness of these problems, I and my colleagues have just agreed that anybody that is going to speak will be put under oath, so that we would know what he is saying is the truth and nothing but the truth. So without further delay, I invite the Honorable Minister to mount the podium. And I know the Honorable Minister is an orator, an administrator par excellence, and he would want to take as much time as he wants to. But I would just remind you that we expect you to tell us the reasons of this fuel crisis. And we would remind you that we know the Federal Executive Council gave you orders to go out and stamp out this problem and nip it in the bud. We'd want you to tell Nigeria the steps you have taken so far to address the problems, and you restrict your submission to the issues of fuel crisis that is facing the country. Honorable Minister, sir, you have the podium.
I swear by this Bible that the evidence I shall give and the things I will say in terms of this matter will be strictly the facts and nothing but the truth, so help me God. It's working. It's working. It's working. It is not conjecture somebody of my height, so it's fairly down there. Distinguished chairman, distinguished members of this, like I said, very laudable body. My colleagues from the ministry, my colleagues from the industry, Nigerians far and wide, I thank you most sincerely for the opportunity to address this gathering and this committee. Let me start by aligning with the chairman of this committee in expressing very sincere, on behalf of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, expressing very sincere apologies and sympathies for the difficulties that Nigerians must have faced in the month of December because of the shortages in supply into the stations that we noticed and the queues that arose therefrom. Nobody worries about this as much as himself, and definitely all of us who work out of the ministry, and NNPC inclusive, bleed when these sort of situations arise. So our sympathies go to the Nigerians for the pains that they must have faced. Let me also express my gratitude to the senators for cutting short their vacation to come and look at this issue and help us collaboratively seek solutions to the problems. We really do appreciate your presence. And then let me also finally appreciate a lot of people within NNPC and DPR and PPPRA and PEF who worked very seriously and very, very tightly in the month of December. All vacations were cancelled, all travels were cancelled just to dig deep into this problem and try to find solutions, inclusive of the Group Managing Director too, who was here most days and nights. So I thank you for the efforts that you made in this. I would not say much, largely because we're a collective. I will expect that the causative reasons for what became the fuel queue will be handled by the Group Managing Director in the material that he's going to present. All I can say without eating his own thunder is that lots of issues were on ground. Amongst those, obviously, will include the fact that the major marketers and major players in this industry stopped importation because of the price differentials between landed cost of product and the price at which we sell our pump stations. That's probably the most dramatic effect of what costs their participation to win. Traditionally, you will have both sides complementing each other, NNPC importing, players in the industry importing. But once that happened about October, I think, or November, what you then found was NNPC took on the burden of providing 100% supply into the market. The sheer movement of that logistics was critical. The movement in terms of 100% supply is very, very demanding. And I think the system, quite frankly, did not foresee the fact that the majors will not, quite frankly, participate at the volumes at which they did. There are lots of issues on ground, and I'm sure as he does this presentation, you see why some of those issues arose, inclusive of the fact that some payments due to some of them haven't been met by us. And so to that extent, their capacity to be able to fulfill their mandate of supply was also limited. Then there were, of course, lots of issues that whenever this sort of happens...
I think, Honorable Minister, you need to increase your volume a little bit so that everybody can hear you.
Please. Okay, sorry. Can you hear me? This thing is so low at this point. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I have to bend this way. So that's the problem. So, no, he didn't. Well, no. Now I will try and raise my volume. Maybe that will help. Okay. Can you hear me at back? Okay, thank you very much. So I've mentioned the issue of the participants in this sector not being able to import as of right because of certain other issues that I'm sure the GMD will get into. But also added to that is the fact that whenever you have this sort of situation arise, people take advantage of it. And so you will see that there were lots of diversionary issues also that moved products that ought to go to the various supply stations out of this country. Some hidden in storages that we needed to be tracking with mechanisms to find them and shut down. And so what the bottom line of that is that it was not available for public to buy. So there's always a commercial reaction when you have a gap of this sort of nature. But like I said, the GMD is on ground. He's the one dealing with this issue on a day-to-day. And let me not steal that thunder. He will do his presentations. And if I do need to come back and do some conclusions on those, I will. In terms of... And the DPR also will also do a short presentation in terms of the efforts that they made to track some of those diverted products, people who were selling above prices, and those sort of difficulties. But what this for me says is that the business model of fuel supply is still not where it should be at the end of the day. And those are some of the things I'll be dealing with in terms of the futuristic approach to this matter. Business model in terms of whether an NNPC can do 100% of supplies to the country. Business models in terms of whether those who are participating as of right are getting the right business environment on which to operate. Business model in terms of how we've reacted. I always say that I carry a twin layer of responsibility. One is to ensure that crude sells at the highest possible price in the international market, and I do a lot of work with OPEC to achieve that. Once we achieve that, I think we've achieved that in the last couple of months, keeping prices above 60. The bottom line effect of that, of course, is that then the price of refined product escalates internationally. And sometimes we are not quickly reactive to what we need to do. And sometimes we're unable to do anything really because there is a given requirement that we should keep prices at 145. And once those are 145 and prices escalate at international level, it has its own dynamical effect, you know, in terms of what happens here. So there are lots of structures. And one of the things that we're going to be doing going forward, and we started that already through a special committee that has been set up by the presidency and which involves literally everybody who is here today, is to look for how to be able to accept the benefit of crude increases and yet be able to cushion the effect of supply to this local market in what I might call an emergency 18 months window before refineries, the work that we're doing on refineries, getting all our refineries back on track, is finished sometime in 2019. Between now and then, we're going to be working on some fairly slippery tentacles. And after my colleagues have presented what the causatives are, and DPR has told us what efforts that they made and what they saw, if you permit me, I will come back in and give you a bit of snapshots of some of the thoughts that we're looking at in terms of how to avoid this happening again. My focus is on the futuristic reactions and what we need to do to retain the gain that we've had for over 2 years. And I need to remind Nigerians that for over 2 years, we've not had queues in the filling stations. It has been through very huge amount of work, policy directives, enforcement, execution by NNPC and the rest. We've had 1 month in which there was a slippage through so many factors that GMD will identify. But be assured that we're spending nights and days working the dynamics, and hopefully by the time we finish with what the going forward proposals will be, we will be able to nip this in the bud at least within the 18 months window. Ultimately, what this country needs is to have its refineries work. I have said that in very many fora. I have said it's shameful that the country, after 30, 40 years of activity in downstream, still cannot produce sufficient fuel for its people with all the crude that we have. I've said that selling crude in its fairly raw model is akin to selling agricultural products in their raw models, and nobody does that in the world anymore. I've said that we have the technical capacity to do this, and a lot of work is going on with the CO refineries here. A lot of work is going on currently on the model to bring in private sector participation in this. What this tells us is that the need to do this requires a fairly urgent level of execution. We need to finish that quickly and begin the process. Because ultimately, once we do, and once the private refineries that are all gearing up to go, the Dangote refineries, some of the modular refineries that we're working on, this matter will be behind us, and we should be looking not at shortages, but at surplusages that we can send out. That ultimately will be the solution. But then before we get there, we have 18 months in which we need to do some fairly creative work in ensuring, one, that we're able to supply this product at prices that our people are able to tolerate, with their political aspects to this in terms of tolerance factors, but also that we're able to improve whatever efficiency gaps that we see in our system, which will enable us to be able to do this at tolerable prices. I thank you very much, distinguished Chairman. I think at this point I'll yield the floor to the GMD to do his papers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I don't know, this submission, do you have a copy of the submission, or just from your... Okay, thank you so much. Yes, the GMD, please. Like I said, the GMD would expect you to tell Nigerians what is responsible for the occurrence of this very ugly incidents. And we would also want you to tell us the preparedness of NNPC against this and what brought about the ugly incidents. We would also want you to say something about the number of cargoes of PMS you receive under the DSDP scheme, which is known as direct sale, direct purchase. I'm sure members would want to hear that. And we would want to hear the immediate and remote causes of these problems and the steps you have taken so far and the steps you will take to ensure that this thing doesn't come around again. You have the flow after the oath, but I beg you to also take the mic to a level, because I learned it was at your level, that was why we are not hearing the Honorable Minister. So they raised it to his level, so bring it back to the level of GMD, please.
Thank you, distinguished Chairman. Distinguished, authors, okay. I, Mekanti Kachalabaru, hereby affirm that whatever I will say in this meeting shall be the truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Amen. Distinguished Chairman of this joint sitting of the Senate Committee on Downstream and the House of Representatives Committee on Downstream, distinguished senators, honorable members, Honorable Minister of State Petroleum, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum, Director of DPR, Executive Secretaries of PEF and PPPRA, Chief Operating Officers of NNPC, Captains of Industry, ladies and gentlemen. I believe the sound is quite clear now with the mic being at my level. I suggest maybe if the Honorable Minister or the tall persons come here, we'll put a chair behind so I can sit. Well, my presentation, first of all, I want to sympathize with Nigerians for the uncomfortable situations experienced, especially in major cities of the country, where they had to queue for long hours, spanning a period of 2 weeks, and some of them had difficulty fueling to go for the Christmas and New Year in the hinterland. But we are grateful to God that He gave us the insight of the way to tackle the problem. And most of the major cities we cleared them of queues. And for almost getting to a week now, in Abuja, you can breeze in and breeze out of the filling stations. Lagos for almost 10 days. I'm reassuring Nigerians that we will clear queues everywhere in this country. The outline of my presentation will look at some of the root causes of the PMS scarcity. We'll also look at the supply situation for last year. Sorry, that's supposed to be 2017, not 2018. The actions taken to resolve the current scarcity, some of the major issues that we're able to identify that is militating the supply and distribution issues in the country, and some of the effective turnarounds we've seen in trying to tackle this problem. And of course, recommendations. Essentially, this is what we see in terms of this sufficiency. So at no time have we had no products in this country. The real cause of the PMS scarcity was a rumor in the media, particularly social media, that there is going to be an increase in the price of PMS. And obviously, marketers would want to have as much products as they could have at the cutover period, so that that differential between the new price, which is expected to be higher, and the current price of 145 could be a windfall to the marketers, since they paid for the products as soon as they pick them, or they have undertaken to pay for them, in the case of the major marketers that have credit facilities with us. Thus, there was a frenzy in terms of moving products to hinterland, to locations where they could hold them. There was a lot of diversions to the major consumption centers, where the products would have been loaded to go to the city centers, where they are taken away in anticipation of this increase in price. We tackled that by reassuring Nigerians that there is sufficient product and there isn't any issue as far as increase in price is, that NNPC has not been directed by government to increase price, PPPRA has not made any pronouncement, and we were not privy to any speculation of increase in price. Of course, the hoarding had been going on, but unfortunately, our senior in-house union, Pengasen, the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, decided to announce a strike action for the 18th of December, just about the time that we've gone out of this initial crisis that was quelled within days, actually. We dealt with that problem within 5 days, and normalcy had started resuming. Then Pengasen took the strike, not something to do with NNPC. Unfortunately, Nigerians don't distinguish once it's a strike, and especially with an oil industry union. The papers were agog with saying that Nigerians have not seen anything yet. Unfortunately, that exacerbated the situation, and people came out in mass to be procuring petrol from the filling stations. So the queues built up. Anybody who has 2 cars, 3 cars, and whatever container he could have in his house, he pulled it out, despite our repeated campaigns that there isn't a supply shortage, and also the union are not going on strike. Even though the strike was, the call-off of the strike was announced on the 18th, the damage had been greatly done. Then there were speculations of supply gap. Of course, as the Honorable Minister has mentioned, the oil marketing companies had already withdrawn since October from the supply, and NNPC had taken the full burden, 100%, to supply the country with the products. Our surrounding countries are selling petrol at not less than 300 naira a liter. Some, for example, in Cameroon, are selling about 407 and above. a liter. So that price differential between 145 and 300 and above was a huge incentive for smugglers. And of course, in the process, there is sufficient for everybody to participate. That insinuation of the supply gap, we kept saying from the PPRA data, we had almost 3 days supply at the rate of, in fact, 35 million liters a day. Although we know from our data and from data from PTD of 22,000 trucks a month, our consumption is about 27 million liters a day.
27
million liters a day. However, for planning purposes, we've been using 35 million liters a day. That would have translated to 53 days sufficiency with 1.9 billion liters in October. So we had sufficient products, as NNPC kept saying, I kept saying, that we had sufficient product, even if we did not import a liter from October, to last us to the new year. Of course, with those panic issues and also information that went out that 3 of our DSDP partners had rejected our October cargo, that there was going to be a supply gap.
So, GMD, you said 3 of your suppliers rejected. Please say it again.
Well, we have a process on the direct sale, direct purchase agreement. We have 10 members, 10 consortia in that team. And because they perceived that if they took the October cargo allocations, crude oil allocations, they were going to bring in the product when it's in the winter month. They are going to spend, then they are going to be paid on the basis of the summer month. They decided that they do not want to take those cargoes because they have options.
Sorry, all of them, or how many? How many of the members rejected the cargo?
Three of them rejected the October cargo. Out of 10. Yes, but we immediately reassigned them to others. So there was not going to be any supply gap. Because when they rejected it, we gave it to others who took the responsibility within the same scheme. So there wouldn't have been any gap because those that rejected the cargoes were given to others who were going to supply. So there wouldn't have been any gap issues. But of course, that could not go without a penalty. So we penalized them by denying them to participate in the program for 3 months. So in terms of supply, we did not have problem because the cargoes were immediately reassigned and the products were also delivered. But when we had that exacerbation of heavy buying and others, we decided that we had to import extra cargoes because we saw there was significant depletion of the 1.9 billion liters from the activities of diverters, holders, and smugglers. And we immediately injected 6 cargoes amounting to over 300 million liters to augment whatever that is being taken from those systems. Of course, another perception of supply decrease is the number of ships that are in the Apapa Harbor that are waiting to discharge products. So when we had the 1.9 billion liters, we obviously have to program to reduce the volumes that we are getting in, because with 1.9 we would have crossed into January comfortably, and with the DSDP resupply, we think, in fact we know that we'll have more than sufficient products going into the new year. So with the less ships arriving, there were about 3 ships that were noted to be around at that period against the normal 6-7 ships. So obviously, oil marketing companies, in addition to their ability to make quick money from possible price change, they hyped on that issue that there are less vessels around, there is going to be scarcity, despite the fact that we have sufficient product on the ground. When they saw that there were 3 vessels at the Apapa port area. This is the chart. As I said, we are quite sufficient. The peak in October is clearly distinguished, and the frantic activities of the oil marketers. When we had the issue with the Pengasin, we immediately rolled out what we call the fuel war room. This war room, as somebody mentioned, they went to the war room without a gun. We don't have guns in this war room. Essentially, it comprise all the people involved with the distribution and supply activity. All the DNS group are involved in this room. In addition, we bring in our finance people to sit in that room. We bring in our sister agencies, the PPPRA, that is the custodian of the supply data, and also the monitor of the distribution is also there. The PEF, in terms of reassuring the payment to transporters, is also there. The DPR, the regulator, is also in that war room, should we require any interventions. In fact, at some point, this year's or last year's war room, we even invited the security agencies as it deemed fit. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, we increased the supply sufficiency, brought in 6 extra cargoes of over 300 million liters to make sure that we flush despite the hoarding, diversion, and the activities of smugglers. We also directed 24 hours operations in all the depots to be able to load out products massively. And also our mega stations and some of the oil marketing companies, particularly the majors and the semi-majors that have come out, like Egerono, Shafa, Hayden, we all call them to operate 24 hours. And we also went out of our rules to commandeer all available trucks to roll out. I must commend the PTD on this and NATO for supplying us the trucks as well as the men to be able to jump on the street. and deliver these products. We increase our monitoring and surveillance and, of course, sanctioning. This I must give kudos to DPR, Department of Petroleum Resources. They intensified their activities. With the Nigerian Civil Defense Corps, they did a wonderful job in identifying a lot of stations that were exactly built for the purpose of cashing in on created fuel scarcity. Some of the locations where these filling stations are is still a nightmare to think how they were able to mobilize 40,000 liter trailers to go and dump petrol in those areas. Of course, if it is a planned situation, they could have been using small peddlers to gather those products. One of the illegal stations that we found actually had over 39 million liters, 1,000 liters in its capacity, a full trailer load. With this increased surveillance, at least 5 illegal stations around the Abuja metropolis were discovered within 3 days, and on the instruction of Mr. President, on the basis of the anti-economic sabotage laws, the products in some of the stations were distributed free of charge. Of course, this activity was continued and escalated. Yes, sir.
Yes, give us a few minutes. Please, know that the door behind us is closed. And those people standing behind, if you have no business with what we are doing here, we advise you leave, please. You cannot stay there and be making noise, disrupting the sitting.
Thank you, distinguished chairman. Well, so some of the sanctions that were immediately meted out was the immediate disposal of the product free to public, and in some cases, the immediate sale at the controlled price. We did notice during the data analysis that up to 4,500 trucks did not complete the Aquila process. Aquila process is a process by PEF that deals with the payment of the bridging of petroleum products. For it to be completed, the truck, after being tagged at the loading point, will report at the NNPC depot of its destination, from where it is dispatched to the particular filling station. After its discharge of his cargo at the filling station, is supposed to come back to that dispatch depot to be confirmed that it has discharged that product in that station. And on that basis, the process is complete and they'll be able to take their bridging allowance. Trucks that have diverted and have not delivered their products to the right station will obviously not come back to that dispatch depot. So there we have the number that have not come as an indication of diversion. However, it will be finally decided by the PEF whether all the 4,500 trucks actually diverted. But it's an indication that within the period of 2-3 weeks, up to 4,500 trucks have been diverted. NNPC is not saying that it's diversion just because we want to say that it's diversion. We have proof. We also intensified our relationship and engagement with the media, because people need to know that what actions are we doing. They need to know the progress of recovering these few queues. We had to go out. The activities of DPR and civil defense had to be publicized, not only for people to know, but even for those who are involved with this practice to desist. And not only in Abuja or Lagos, but it was done nationwide. And this continues. Even yesterday, the distinguished committee went out and saw for themselves that the queues have gone. As part of our reassurance effort, not that the volumes really mattered, we did reactivate, restreamed the Kaduna and Port Harcourt refineries to give comfort to people that there is extra product. They contributed. Kaduna refinery was contributing 750,000 daily. Port Harcourt refinery was contributing 3 million daily of PMS production. We did also activate some of our reserves, because during the period where we had 1.9 billion liters, we also had moved a lot of reserve inland to at least 6 depots. We moved to Mina, to Suleja. We also moved to Jos, to Gombe. We moved some products to Gusau. And these products became very handy when the speculation continued. So we released those products from those depots. What are some of the issues we saw? For Ipman, for example, they confided in us that when they go to Dapman or Moman to buy products, they all charge them above the 133.28 naira a liter ex-depot price. And we said, give us the evidence. None of them could give us an evidence. So the only thing we could do is to tell our sister agencies, DPR and PPRA, to ensure the 133 naira 28 kobo a liter. Of course, our intention was that if any of the Moman or Dapman were to be identified with evidence that they participated in this hike, we are going to deny them products, and DPR would have withdrawn their licenses. But we had no concrete evidence from the IPMAN members, but they still continue to say they are doing that through multiple invoices and others, but we do not have evidence on that. Of course, on NNPC, we increase the volumes going out to them by ensuring that we use other private depots to push out products. For Dapman, the depot owners, they complain that they are not importing because of the high landing cost. And of course, plugging in the CIF price of petrol into the PPPRA landing cost, a template, you would have had a pump price or open market price that is much higher than 145. So they, with the limitation of selling or ensuring the pump price remained at 145, they could not take the hit. Of course, the proposal here is to review, for PPPRA, to review the pricing template. They also complained that they have a lot of outstanding debt with government from their past transactions on subsidy, which has not been paid. And some of these monies, they have bought them when the exchange rate was much lower. The exchange rate has now changed to further expose them. The interest has built up. So they're really in a very difficult position. They cannot get any credit line from their banks. Of course, we as NNPC had made every drive, particularly championed by the Honorable Minister, take it up with the Minister of Finance, who had also gotten the appropriate approvals from Mr. President. And this request had been with the National Assembly, we understand, for almost 2 months to get the appropriation so that they could be paid. So this one is still within the government of the National Assembly to approve that.
Sorry, GMD.
Sir.
Yes, no, we are coming to that. We are coming to that. Sorry, because of time constraint, we have 3 hours for this live coverage. So, and there are so many speakers that line up before.
Okay, I'll speed up, sir.
So, you have 5 minutes to round up.
Okay, sir.
And the Honorable Minister requested that after DPR, he would want the floor yielded to him again, which we have agreed to do so. So that means we would have very limited time. So please, if you can go to a conclusion.
Okay, sir.
No, wait.
Okay, sir. There are, of course, I've given you copies of the presentation. There are issues with MOMAN. They have similar things on outstanding subsidy payments, which is part of that with the National Assembly. There are the insufficient volumes. At the time that they're able to import, there is constraint in terms of the volume of forex that is available for them to import. The PTD and NATO, they complain that they have very aged trucks and they don't have sufficient capital to replace their fleet. So they're requesting, we think, the mitigation will be for government or CBN to create a loan facility for importation of trucks. They also complain that the cost of spare parts importation is much higher, while if they bring a full truck they are charged only 5% duty, while if they are buying spare parts, they are charged 35% duty. Being the spare parts are not produced in Nigeria, they are also requesting that government reviews the duties as a way forward. The issue of bad roads is extremely quite a concern, and NNPC had made separate submissions to government, and understand from Mr. President's speech of 1st of January, some of those roads sections are being considered. On the unions, they talked about shortage in loading out in the loading depots of manpower. We're going to address that. They also are supporting the DAPMAN and MOMAN in terms of payment of the subsidy so that their members are not kicked out of employment if there isn't sufficient product coming in and they don't have enough capital. If they shut down, then they'll have to discharge their members. They had increased their charge per liter in the various load depots, and that one we're telling them to revert to the 1 naira that they used to charge per liter. CBN, there are issues relating to LC processing. Time is too long, and also payments of delays, payment delays for some of our contractors. They also have very high LC charges, 1.2% versus 0.2% by the commercial banks, which we think they should do. And the issue of forex availability, where when marketers want to import quite a volume and they don't have enough forex to give them to do the importation. NPA, they used to insist that they have to get the alert for payments before, sorry about that. They used to insist that they have to get the payments before they really clear vessels, but this has been improved during the intervention. They did clear vessels without getting that alert. So we want them to sustain that. There are low drafts in some of the ports. For example, going to Wari, going to Ogara. Sometimes the ships have to wait for high tide to come before they can proceed. So there is need to dredge. They also have been introducing new charges. We are suggesting that they remain within the PPPRA template. Customs to look at cross-border smuggling that have become very sophisticated now. Apart from the trailers, they also create extra tanks, jerry cans, and in fact, you get motorcycles with enlarged body. Some of the support we saw that is worth mentioning, for DPR, they've been very effective in the policing. We want them to continue to do that, discovering and applying appropriate sanctions. PTD, NATO, as I mentioned earlier, they have been of immense help to us. Operating 24/7 was quite a demand where you have human beings involved, but they are able to do that to ensure that the trucks are on the road and products are delivered fairly on time, despite the challenges of the road. PPPRA, they also improved on the vessel clearance, almost instantaneous. As soon as we submit, they do that. They are also very active in the war room in giving us data of what is happening, truck load out, volumes on the ground, and where we have to send volumes. PEF was also active in flashing the trucks to ensure that we get internal clearance at the depots to push the trucks to the relevant filling stations. NPA, as I mentioned, they now clear the vessels. In fact, they cleared the vessels even weekends for us with the promise that we are going to pay the fees. So that had been very much a big improvement. NIMASA also had been helpful. The JTF had helped by reducing the delays on the various checkpoints on the roads. We had to speak to them, and they tried less to stop tankers that are going and the delays that contributed to delivering products on time. And they also helped us in curtailing thefts at the Okrika Jetty in Port Harcourt. The State Security Service, in both resolving some of the issues with the unions as well as monitoring team, have been very effective. The police have been extremely helpful at the various filling stations.
Sorry, GMD, I think
okay, sir.
You need to round up because you have gone into tributes now and vote of thanks to organizations. And I think the platform is not for that now. When you go back, you can issue press statement to thank all the agencies. We thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I'm on my recommendation, sir. One is some of those issues that we've seen need to be implemented. And also the regulators should help us continuously with the vigilance at the various depots and stations. And we also request from the regulators to continue applying those sanctions on the errant marketers. And of course, the issue of increasing throughput, we are going to look at that for IPMAN members. We will also bring in a lot more products in the first quarter next year to ensure that, in this quarter, to ensure that we further beef up the strategic reserve and see if we could push back to the 1.9 billion liters that we had before. Of course, there is a committee that has been set up by the Chief of Staff under the Honorable Minister's chairmanship. That is going to give lasting solutions. The committee is meeting further this evening after this hearing to take the submissions. These submissions, in my perception, will be very helpful if they are implemented towards a lasting solution. So some of those resolutions might be made available to the committees. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
GMD, the combined speech from you and the Honorable Minister has taken half of our time, and I'm afraid that will force us to ration our time from now on. Speakers coming on would be given a time frame within which to say what they are supposed to say. Let me reiterate. The exercise today is what are the causes of these problems? How did we get into it, and how do we get out of it? And this is just what we want to hear from speakers. Before I oblige the floor to DPR, who is the next organization to talk, let me correct one impression which was even addressed by the Senate spokesperson yesterday. The insinuation that payment of is it DAPMA or whatever, the other marketers is lying in the National Assembly is not correct, because DAPMA doesn't send requests of payment to National Assembly. Requests are sent to the executive, who process them and send to National Assembly for appropriation or approval. So until the National Assembly receives such requests, there is nothing National Assembly can do. At any rate, the Senate spokesperson, who is also in this committee today, Senator Dr. Aliu Sabi Abdullahi from Niger, has issued a statement, official statement yesterday, that there is no such claim before National Assembly. So this impression should be corrected. It should not be part of the problems that caused the fuel scarcity in the country. If the non-payment is a contributory factor to the fuel scarcity, then it is not from National Assembly. It is not with us. I could remember members talk to us on individual basis as chairman. I have my co-chairman of upstream is here, Senator Tayo. My co-chairman from gas is here, Senator Albert. They talk to us about this payment. At a point in time, I remember we promised them that as we are vacating, if that request comes in on a Monday and we are going on recess on a Thursday, we promised them that it will be processed. We went to put the request across the Senate President, who also agreed. The House did the same thing with the Speaker. And the two of them concurred that if that request came from executive, it will be processed before that Thursday. And they are here to testify to that. So if somebody says that it is lying with National Assembly, I think it is just one of those blackmails we are used to, and we will carry it. But let the public know that it is not true. Thank you so much. DPR, you have 10 minutes to give us your own, and I'm sure you know why you are taking the, what do you call it, the podium for. Yes, you are the regulators. We want you to tell us your own assessment, and most importantly, when we went round, most filling stations were selling above the 145. So we want you to tell Nigerians what you have done and what you intend to do, you know, as punitive measure, because we must do something to this group of people. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I also, with you, concur that the bill, whatever they are owing marketers, that whatever they are owing marketers or DAPMAN is not before the House of Rep. I concur.
Okay, thank you.
I, Mordecai Dantenin Babaladan, hereby swear that the evidence I shall give in this public hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Distinguished Chairman, distinguished members of this committee, Honorable Minister, GMD NNPC, General Public here in attendance, I concur with the speech already given by the Minister because most of our observations are embedded in his presentation, and the GMD has also said a lot about the reasons for this crisis. At the outset of the crisis, the Department of Petroleum Resources rolled out its monitoring machinery. Our offices across the nation were sensitized to go out and step up surveillance activities. That we have done. The minister had given directive that any defaulter that is caught be dealt with. And I think we have tried to do as much, but sometimes with human feeling, because if we say we will shut down stations, I think the nation will be blacked out, because almost every marketer around the nation, this filling station, has been found wanting. But this, well, we've allowed some to go. Some have been apprehended, and most of the numbers that were rolled out or highlighted by the GMD were as a result of combined efforts with the Department of Petroleum Resources. I also want to thank the security operatives, the DSS, the Civil Defense Corps. We've gone out together and have done a lot. We've gone to the remotest areas and I've seen how people go to the whole hog in terms of storing petroleum products within communities. But as it is said, you cannot be everywhere at the same time. So it is with the Department of Petroleum Resources. We are not everywhere at the same time. And that's why we are appealing to the general public. Wherever this faults, or wherever any station is being found to be defaulted, we have our numbers that we should be contacted, and efforts will be made to go to that very particular location to arrest the situation. But as I said, the situation is improving. The NNPC is doing its best. For now, the NNPC is the sole importer and almost sole distributor of this product. NNPC cannot do it alone. We want the major and independent marketers as well to please come in and assist in this current situation. We've told defaulting marketers, or warned defaulting marketers, to be very careful, because if you are caught diverting, and we've done that, we have our records, so many diverters have been penalized. Today, as I was coming here, I saw many coming with letters of appeal. In fact, there's one marketer that was charged in Abuja here to pay 27 million. And he has come with a letter of appeal. I will say, no way. So if you divert, diversion to us will cost you 275 naira per liter. And you have to pay government that. If you are holding, we've gone around to quarantine such stations and to ensure that we dish out such products. Sometimes under supervision, you have the sales under our supervision and you have your proceeds back. But sometimes as well, we dish out these products free of charge to the public. But we have discovered that the free of charge is causing some problem. Because some people come in, they take, they go out, leak out, come back, and then, so. So we want to appeal to the general public that it should be calm. The panic buying will soon fizzle out. The NNPC, as assured by the GMD, is doing its best. And we, as the regulators, are doing our best to ensure that the situation is normalized and we bring sanity to our communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, DPR, for this precise presentation. But let me say here, yes, the most important thing you have said, which I want to highlight, is, I don't know, you didn't put it percentage, but you said most of the filling stations were found wanting of either holding, diverting, or selling at high prices. I would want maybe when it's the turn of the members to dispute that, but let me also say that DPR, National Assembly, is interested in having the list of all these filling stations that you caught, either diverting, holding, or selling above the pump price under the measures you have taken, under the ones you are likely going to take, so that if the measures are not good enough, National Assembly will recommend a steeper penalty, because this is one of the problems that caused this problem. Thank you so much. Next is, the Minister has requested, like I said, to be given the floor. Minister, you have 5 minutes to prepare the solutions you want to give. for which you are to submit, we want to have a full list of all these filling stations and across the country, because all our members submitted their report yesterday from the on-the-spot assessment they did in their constituencies. Most filling stations were selling above this price. So you have between now to 16th of this month to submit to the Secretariat the list of all the defaulting filling stations and the measures you have taken against them. Honorable Minister, you have 5 minutes to respond, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll rush through this quickly. Just for clarity, from the GMD's presentation, from the DPR's presentation, very clear that the causes were, first, diversion was very key. Second, there were logistics issues. Once those diversions began, Apapa Wharf was a problem to be able to move things. Clearance speed therefore reduced, bad roads in Apapa and the rest. Lack of sufficient reserve, in our system, built into our system to be able to respond to. There obviously were supply gaps arising largely from the fact that the private sector people pulled out from being able to supply. NNPC overtook, basically took on a lot more obligations, and of course enforcement was a problem. So a mixture of items that led to this. Now, the first thing that we did in terms of directives was look for emergency cargoes. We worked with NNPC to try and find emergency cargoes, like you said, about 6 cargoes all in all, just to beef whatever we felt were the supply dynamics that were not quite in place. There was a lot of requests for logistics increases. Using capacity of storages around the Apapa area that ordinarily didn't have throughputs. They went into a very quick arrangement to enable cargoes be delivered in full steam there. 24 hours operations were put in place through directives, and that worked very well, both within the NNPC and some of the identified people. Now, different from that, what is the way going forward? First, going forward, we're looking at, quite frankly, an 18 months emergency period, like I said, beginning, quite frankly, almost yesterday. During this emergency period, we need to address the issue of pricing. There's a price disparity between landed costs and costs at which we're selling. If we're going to start at 145, then we need to put mechanisms in place to accommodate this 145 so that the private sector can go back into importation. The things that we're looking at, and we have a committee looking at this, we're still going to be submitted for review.
Sorry, Honorable Minister, I think properly. There is an important thing you said. You said disparity between the landing cost and something. Can you say it so that members can hear you very well?
Something? Yes, thank you. The landing cost of product today is about 170, 171. The sale that we allow, the price at which we sell today is 145. So there's a disparity between the 170 and 145. What that means is that those individuals who are really there, not with an obligation like NNPC has to meet national supply, but with a commercial bent, will not bring in products if they're going to sell at a loss. So we need to step back to say, what do we do to keep them selling at 145?
So, sir, why still there? Is it landing cost or ex-depot cost?
Between
170, 171.
Yes, between landing cost.
Landing cost.
Okay. Come again. Well, ex-depot cost will be slightly below that. Probably about, what's the differential? You give about, right now, about 8, 9 naira differential between depot and the sale price is what you give. So you probably will be landing about 165, 166 to sell at once. If you put in the allowed profit margin under the system, which is 6 naira, you probably be landing at a 175. Having said that, we need to then go back, like I said, and find solutions.
GMD, I said, Minister, I think you have stirred the honest nest now. You need to throw more light on this issue. What is this? Switch up your mic there, if there's. This landing cost you talked about, what is this landing cost? For the purpose of this sitting, I think it is better to assume that we are all laymen. Nobody knows these things. Now, are you saying that the 171 is what an average Nigerian will take it at the filling station, or this 171 is what the marketer will lift from the depot, or this 171 is the cost at which it will be on the high seas, or where you need to tell us, and also tell us what constitutes this 171, because most of us you see here, we don't agree with that. and we have our facts and we have our figure. So if anybody says it is going to be 171, then he or she must be ready to defend, and we have our facts and figures to confront him with.
Okay. Probably at a closer session I'll drill down this, but really what comprises a landing cost is the cost of the product itself, the FOB price, the freight rate, the light train expenses, NPA charges, the master charges, jetty throughput charge, storage charge. There are a series of items here which all have to be, but the key component is the international selling price of refined petroleum product. That you don't have a variable on. It's there, it's there. You can check it out. Now,
sorry, Minister. What is the cost of 1 metric ton of PMS in the international market today?
Today it is about $634, $635 PMT. At the time that we did this 285 analysis, it was about 400 and something, 480 thereabout. We can get to specifics of that, but those are things that are identifiable and can be quite frankly enunciated. But just not taking away from the issue, our point is whether we establish a 20 or is it 25 or is it 23, there is a gap. Now we need to therefore say, how do we deal with that gap? There are 3 mechanisms that we're looking at in dealing with that gap. One, because my position is largely that whatever we do, given the logistics constraints of NNPC to do 100% supply and the overarching burden on the institution, we need to free the marketers to do their business. To do that business, you've got to address the pricing issue. To address that pricing issue, we're looking at about 3 models. One model, for example, is at the time that we remember when we got the approval of 145, exchange rate was 285. Today it is at 305. So even at a minimum, there is a gap there. Now, today the exchange rate modulation, if you walk to CBN to do a modulation of what will it take to sell at 145, what exchange rate will it take to sell at 145 per the cost of purchasing this today, is about 240. It's not 285, it's not 305. So one mechanism would be to look at working with CBN in terms of a fixed exchange rate mechanism that enables them to stay at 145 sales at the pump price. If we do that, then they can import without the issue of price differences. And we can modulate that as the exchange rates and prices internationally move up. That's one. Second is we're also looking at a tax inversion. These individuals pay taxes. Is there a possibility, for example, to capture some of the tax they pay to account for some of the differential in importation that they would have before they pay their taxes? So it becomes basically a cost of business. We're looking at that. We're also looking at the potential, for example, of whether you could theoretically respect the 145 price and have a plural pricing system. So NNPC and all its stations and all its affiliates, about 400 stations all over the country, sell at the 145 so that the subsidy regime is respected. The pricing of 145 is respected. But at the same time, the private marketers are able to bring in their product at their own cost and sell. So it's for an individual to decide, I want to stay with NNPC to go and buy. I want to go to this private marketer because there's speed or whatever. It doesn't cost the government anything other than what NNPC will be carrying to enable it support the 145 is the trading loss that they're picking up. So there are all kinds of models that we're looking at, but whichever one we land on, and we're going to recommend this to our bosses and get approval about. Whatever we do, we've got to address that issue. Not address that issue is running away from the problem. We can beat up NNPC all we care, but unless you address that problem, we're not going to get out of it. So that is one. The second, however, goes to issue of enforcement. There has been a very lax enforcement on diversion in this country. And as long as prices are hovering around 350 on the average in the borders, and we are hovering around 145, there's a huge incentive to export products illegally. We have not been able to police our borders properly. But the reality is that the provisions in the laws are very steep. I mean, these are economic diversion issues. Some of them carry as much as life imprisonment, still within the books. So we need to begin to dig that up and make marketers take responsibility for every liter of fuel that leaves their depots or their stations and goes to filling stations. Right now, the responsibility seems to stop at the edge of the tank farm. Once you have sold, whatever happens to it, you don't know. I'm insisting that trackers must be placed in every truck that has to carry product in this country. So if you sell product in your tank farm, all the way till it's delivered to a filling station, you must take responsibility for it. And if you don't, then all of you in that whole chain will take responsibility under the law, different from just penalties in terms of costing. So we're going to get very enforceful about it, but that will only be possible when you have dealt with the base business issue, because otherwise it will be chicken and egg. So we deal with the base pricing issue, then we deal with very perfect enforcement. If you're going to have to export products out to this country, it should be done officially and legally, and it will attract the price for export. So like any other product that we export, we'll put a very
Minister, round up.
Sorry.
Round up, please.
Well, I was still coming, but he says I should round up. So I think, Mr. Chairman, with every indulgence, this is the most important segment of this presentation. It's the solution. So you need to give me time. But if you want me to cut it short, I will let it be. But this is really what is important. All right. So once you've dealt with the pricing, you deal with the issue of enforcement. You deal with business model in terms of making sure the marketers are importing just like NNPC is importing, so that NNPC has a lesser burden. You deal with infrastructural deficit issues. There are huge infrastructural deficits, broken pipelines that are not working. Quite frankly, this problem will not arise if NNPC is able to pump products through the country in a jiffy, through the pipelines. But most of the time, we're using trucking. Trucking doesn't solve our problem. So we've got to be looking at rail, we've got to be looking at trucking, but we've got to substantially be looking at piping. And if we cannot repair our pipes at the speed at which we want, then we need to bring in private sector, concession some of these pipelines so that they can repair it and put it to use. So that in moments of emergency, we do not go through this sort of problems. Because what I find is that in moments of normalcy, we're fine. In moments of emergency, our system is not geared up to the sort of level of speed that you need to ensure delivery. So we need to address that. Long term, finally, you've got to address the refineries. Like I said at the beginning, the solution to the problem must be the refineries. And whatever it takes, we need to put these refineries together. Whatever it takes, we need to put an emergency funding together to deal with the infrastructural deficit that we have. Once we do that, we are ready to go. Thank you very much.
No, please. Well, you can go to his office and clap for him if you want to. You can even bring your whole constituent to meet him in the office and clap.
Honorable Minister, what you have told us, the key challenges, which you say we cannot run away from, we want it in writing, please. We need it, and before the 16th that we said, let's have it.
No, this one cannot.
Okay, tomorrow.
Yes, we need it in the next 1 week. You know, all your presentations are up ahead, and you have said quite a few things that
are critical.
Yes, we need to take
this problem.
So you make a written submission to us, and like I said, before we even get to the answer and question and answer session, members here doesn't agree with 171 landing cost. Can you switch off that mic, please? That one. Yes, because. Okay, like I said, from this side, we disagree with the 171 landing cost. I asked you how much is the international price today, and you said $634. I made a quick arithmetic. If you add another $26 for other expenses, it might be more or less. It will be at 660. And at 305 that government is given, even at this, it comes to 150 per liter. So I don't know where the 171 is coming from. Yes, do it. 660 times 305, divide by weight. No, it's not. What weight now? 1 metric ton is about 1,340 liters. So, yes, 1 metric ton is about 1,341 precisely. So do it. It's just a simple arithmetic. If you take $660, you multiply it by 305, you divide 1,341, you get about 150 naira per liter.
Yes, and you're absolutely right, Mr. Chairman. What you're not adding high about the other elements of the template. You land at 151. There's a retailer's margin which is guaranteed at 6 naira. The retailer's margin, which is under the template, which is the margin that is given to retailers. No, let me run that. Let me run that for you. It's specific. You don't need to add 26. It's $6. Transportation allowance, which is guaranteed, is 3.36. Dealer's margin is 2.36. Marine transport average is 0.15. Admin charge is 0.30. Subtotal of all this, which is not added in the which is not part of the landing cost, is 19. If you add 19 to 151, it comes to 19 naira, all converted to naira. If you add all, no. Okay, let me go back. Your landing cost, your C&F price converted to naira per liter is 144. It's 144 at the rate of 635. If you do analysis, it's 144. Have you system? No, but what you have said, this thing moved today. Today's rate, 2nd January, is 635.46. All right. Now you then go into lighting expenses. Lighting expenses is 15. Okay, $15. If you add that, that's 3.56. You add the NPA charge, which is 0.84. These are specific. You have NIMASA charge, which was 0.22. You add the financing cost, which will put even at 0. We add the jetty depot throughput charge, which is 0.60. You add storage charge, which is 2 naira. Your total landing cost before the other differentials I mentioned before is 151.75. Thank you. That's why I said we'll better drill this later. Thank you.
This is where the confusion lies. Last time I asked you, is it landing cost or did you say landing? Now you are talking about landing inside 150 something. Yes. Landing, you have to also add other incidentals before you get the sales figure, the selling figure at the pump head. But 171, you are giving us 171 as if that is the CIF. Okay. Landing costs.
Okay, thank you. Next, please, we need to be more time conscious now. We are running out of time and we would want Nigerians to see all of you to speak. We don't want you to speak off the live coverage. So next is Executive Secretary Moman. You also have 10 minutes to 5. Okay, my colleagues have said yes, because we have used almost 2 hours now. We have virtually 1 hour left. And just go straight to the points. Yes, if you just highlight your own distance and I think, yes. Yes, you don't need to thank us. You don't need to thank any other person. Yes.
I don't take no Quran, no Bible. I say I'm affirming.
I, Thomas Obafemi Olawore, hereby affirm that the evidence I shall give in this public hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our situation is like, what I'm hearing here is like sending 6 blind men to touch an elephant. 6 blind men to touch an elephant and describe what they are seeing. They are not seeing anything except what they feel.
You don't have that time.
For us, the main issue is supply shortage. It is no more, no less. And if you look at the chart presented earlier by the GMD, if you look at it towards the tail end, you will realize that it tapers down, meaning the supply wasn't enough. How it came about, I think the Honorable Minister has given some reasons why there was supply shortage. One of them is we, the private sector, did not participate, not even coming from October, largely most of the year. And that is also based on the fact that government is owing us
800 billion naira. We have done several reconciliations directed by the Chief of Staff in the presence of the Honorable Minister of Finance, CBN Governor, all the people that have anything to do with money. Mr. Chairman, you remember that I've been to your office and you actually said what you have said here today, that if the request came before you went on recess, you will ensure it is given speedy attention. And for us, we made all our inquiries and we were told that the paper had been transmitted to the National Assembly. So we don't know where the problem is. All we can appeal for is that we'll still go back to the executive and beg them, and then whenever it gets to you, please give it accelerated attention. What we are seeing, Mr. Chairman and distinguished members, is just we are all seeing symptoms of what has been the root causes. When you see hoarding, when you see increase in prices, when you see any untoward practice at the outlet, it is simply because the supply is not enough. This thing didn't happen in June. It didn't happen last year. So what we are saying is that going forward, major players, not major marketers, major players should be given major rules to play in the importation process. We can shut down all retail outlets, but that is not going to solve any problem. In fact, shutting down retail outlets has its own drawback because you have shut down avenues of distribution. So for us, let the product be available. And one of the ways is let the private sector participate. The Honorable Minister of State has constituted some committees that are looking at some of these issues of how the private sector will come in. I'm very sure that at the end of the day, we'll come up with suggestions that will make us go ahead. Mr. Chairman, sir. So what we are saying, sir, is that some of the solutions that we want to prefer, apart from the payment of our standing, which has crippled us, we want to say that, like I said earlier, the short term is more players to come in. Secondly, in the medium term, we want you to give accelerated attention to the PIB, because where we disagree slightly with the Honorable Minister is that the end result should be deregulation. It's not easy to land at the National Assembly so that you don't break your bones. So please, let's work towards deregulation of the sector so that in the long run, you have more private sector participation, so that all these refineries that we are all talking about, the private sector will come in and build refineries. I also want to make one point clear. The private sector, especially the association to which I belong, did not start any rumor of price increase, and we are not having any intention of increasing prices or gaining from any rumor. For us, we are working and sticking to 145 naira per liter at the retail outlet, which is very, very difficult because there are so many things threatening the 145. Apart from what has been stated earlier, the crude price, the product prices in the international market, there are so many internal costs here in Nigeria that go to threaten this 145, we have costs like charges by state governments that are not captured in a template. For example, a state government now talks of wharf landing fee, and you pay about 3 kobo in one state. And then you are taking your product from Lagos State, for instance, to Maiduguri, and you come across, you will pass through a minimum of 15 states. So if each state now says we're going to emulate what one state has started, it means that you're going to pay 3 kobo at every state. Some states are even threatening to charge higher. We want to request that these charges be harmonized, just like in those days, if you collect your vehicle papers from one state, local government papers, you can use it to cross all states. And all states will now meet together under Algon, and then they know how to share it. If that practice is modified and adopted, we will see only one charge, and that will be captured by PPPRA in their template. Mr. Chairman and committee members, please, I'm repeating that whatever we are seeing at the outlet are only symptoms. Let's address supply shortage, and at the end, all these things will fizzle out. Thank you very much for giving me the audience.
Executive Secretary Moman. Next is, no, Moman has just finished now. Yes. So I think let us take DAPMA before we take IPMAN, since they have all agreed with their chairman. Yes. DAPMA, I'm sure you have similar problems with, I wish you can just mount the podium and say you have adopted what the Moman has said, and we will move on. So you have 5 minutes also to make your case, and I will beg you to just say new things. If your colleague have said something, maybe you don't need to repeat it so that we can move on.
I, Dapo Abiodun, hereby swear the evidence I shall give to this public hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Good evening, good afternoon, Chairman. And I stand on existing protocol. I'm the chairman of DAPMA. For the avoidance of doubt, thank you. For the avoidance of doubt, DAPMA stands for Depot and Petroleum Product Marketers Association of Nigeria. We largely own the largest storage facilities in this country. We are quite confident that our total capacity is about 1 million tons. We also have invested in the entire value chain and have about 1,200 retail outlets. Not only do we import for ourselves, but we also feed our IPMAN sister members. Traditionally, I will just zip through the points that have been made by the Minister and the GMD. Traditionally, DAPMA and Moman both import about 70% of the products consumed in this country. But in view of what has happened with respect to the crude prices towards the latter part of 2017, which was largely responsible for a few things that happened in OPEC and Hurricane Katrina, prices of crude went beyond that which enabled us to import land and retail at 145. I want to quickly point out, I know that Honorable Akilaja is here, who is one of our colleagues, and he was the one taking up our minister on the issue of landed price and retail pricing. Today, like the minister said, 635 is the price of the quoted price today in Platt. If you do your conversion like you just did, you land at about, you get about 144 naira per litre. That would be the CNF price. Between CNF and retail pricing, there's a 29 naira premium, which goes to MPA and all the other charges. So you'll be landing about what the minister said, about 170, 171. There's no argument about that. Now, having said that, in the fourth quarter, which is about between October and December, when the crude prices went up and we could not import, it was not anything planned by anybody. Nobody planned for the crude prices to go up. And since we know that the price of crude is directly proportional to the price of refined product, we marketers lost the will without to import, which left NNPC, the supplier of last resort, without an option but to boost their import. I'm not sure they were quite prepared for this because they could not have planned for that, because they did not plan for crude prices to go up. So there would have been a gap, because the response time between when you realize that you don't have as much as you need to have and when that volume actually comes in will be about 2 to 4 weeks. There's no miracle about it. You cannot fly petrol in. It has to come by sea. You have to plan the logistics. You have to sell it and it has to arrive. Now, having said that, sometime in December, Pengasson also went on strike for a day, even though it was called off. We all know that once that happens, it starts a panic process. The panic process begins a snowball effect. Everybody believes that it's Christmas, this may lead anywhere. They start buying in vehicles, they start buying in trucks, they start buying in jerry cans, and that just went on and on and on. This, coupled with the fact that demand in December is unusually high, it's traditionally high. In 2016, we were prepared for that, but you must realize the fact that there was no increase in crude prices. All the suppliers made good, we didn't have any issues. But this last year, a combination of these factors, I can tell you personally that one of my filling stations that would normally do 2.5 to 3 trucks a day began to do 6 trucks a day. Our consumption went from about 600,000 liters a day for our filling stations to 1 million liters a day. So you can times that by the number of filling stations in the country, you can understand the snowball effect of the panic buying. However, some of the issues that need to be addressed is the fact that this has made it's now evident that we marketers cannot be taken out of the equation. Like everybody has said, we must resume our rightful role of importing 70% and allowing NNPC to do the 30%, which traditionally they do. How do we do that? There are very few factors that are within our control. The cap price of 145, we've agreed that must remain for a lot of reasons. The price of crude is not within our control. The only third factor there that is in our control is probably the forex. Like our minister said, today for us to import, land and sell at 145, forex has to be about 240. So we're going to leave that with you, the National Assembly, to see how you work that backwards between you, government and Ministry of Finance and CBN to see how you can put us back to where we should be. Because if we are not put that in that role, it means that the assets that we have, our tanks, our filling stations are not fully optimized. It means that if they are not fully optimized, we will not be able to pay our staffers. As it is today, like my colleague said, we are being owed about 800 billion naira. This has resulted from us importing, being paid subsidy that should be paid to us in 45 days, being paid after 1 year, which is a contract between us and government. Subsidy is paid around March last year. Shortly after that, the naira is devalued from, I think, 197 to 305. So yes, you are paid in naira. Your bank wants to negotiate that naira for dollars, but you're only able to get 50% of the dollars that you should have gotten. And the banks have debited us for the full amount of money. So we are owing about 800 billion naira, which till today interest continues to accrue. We've done everything within our power to get paid. Because we are responsible Nigerians, the only thing we have not done is shut down our depots. And that's the last thing we'd like to do.
Yes, round up, please.
But we may not have a choice, because as this continues, we may be forced to start relieving our staff of their duty. So we want to use this opportunity to implore with you to ensure that we get paid. And to our surprise, we thought this payment was the National Assembly until this morning, when we now found out that it's not here. The issue also that we need to look at is this issue of illegal exportation of petroleum products. Like the minister at the GMD said, every country around us sells petrol for about $1 a litre. For as long as this continues, Unless we are ready to continue to subsidize these countries, we will continue to have this illegal export. I think for now, I will stop here. Before I leave, we also would like you to look at the issue of the PPRA template, which also is an issue for us. And I'm saying this because IPMAN is going to come and say DAPMA is selling to them at a rate that's higher than the template. Our template does not account for interest rates. Honorable Akleda knows this. There's no interest rate factored on the template. MPA is charging us double what it is charging us. It's not on the template. There are other things, worth these, marine charge, NIMASA charges us in Forex, MPA charges us in Forex. MPA's charges to date are the highest on the continent of Africa. For the service that they provide for us, I do not know why we cannot pay MPA in Naira. So here we are, I'm buying from NNPC in Naira. I'm about to bring the ship in. I now have to go to the black market and buy Forex, which itself is distorting CBN operations, to pay MPA. We've done everything. Our minister and GMD has intervened with MPA for us to pay them in Naira. We've tried to open from A, but that process causes our ships to be delayed to the point where we start incurring demurrages, and you now find out the savings, opening from A and the demurrages cost makes them profitable for us. So we begin to go and still buy Forex at the parallel market. So at the end of the day, if you look at my exchange rate, buying Forex at the parallel market, add it to all the other charges that are not on the template, the master charge are the same thing, you find out that at the end of the day, the price that's recommended for me to sell, I cannot sell at that price. So these are issues that we feel that we need to address. Thank you very much.
Yes. Next is Ipman. Ipman, because of the nature of problems you are having, I will give you only 3 minutes. I don't want you to run into problems. Especially, you have rancorous house and you have a broken leg. So I think that is a serious problem. So just do 3 minutes because of your leg. Thank you so much.
Very rancorous house and broken leg.
Should I? Okay. Distinguished. No, I don't hold Quran. I can take oath. I can take oath. See.
Okay.
I, Alhaji Aminu Abdul Qadir, affirm that the evidence I shall give in public hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The submission I'm going to make is a representation of my members, as I was advised to take input from them, so I'm going to speak on their input with little modification. First and foremost, I will not like to repeat what the previous speakers have said. As independent petroleum marketers, our concern is to access this product at approved government price, and we shall sell at approved government price all of our retail outlets. So long as we access it, certainly we'll sell at approved government price. And as my senior brother Olaure have said here, DPR can shut down all independent petroleum association of Nigerian outlets. We don't have problem with that, so long as we don't access product at approved government price. We are all Nigerians, and there are laws that govern everybody. If you are going to equity, you have to go with clean hand. For us, we are peasant marketers, and our investment is far above what anybody is imagining. We are traditional marketers in this country, and we are law-abiding citizens. I want to also raise one observation, that there are some people who build stations without DPR approval. They are not my members. Please, DPR should take note. They are not my members. Their station should be shut down, even demolished. Demolished, not even shut down, demolished, because they are not operating within the law. They don't care with NNPC or DPR. So we that cares with NNPC and DPR, we should be given good attention. Grateful I have seen from the submission of the GMD that IPMAN throughput will be increased. We are very comfortable with that. And if that has been done, we are okay. We are ready to partner with NIPCO and DAPMA facilities. And with that, we can assure Nigerians that product will be accessed at approved government price. Secondly, the independent petroleum marketers need some SOCO from NNPC. Hitherto, we had credit facilities. These credit facilities was withdrawn without any offense. I want to draw the attention of the minister and the GMD. This happened before your time. Our credit facility has been withdrawn before this time, despite our investments. We have mega stations. 3 of them can build a depot. We have stations that have 24, 30 pumps. We all know the investment in it. So it behoves us that we should also have access to this credit facility. For example, if the situation we find ourselves today, if NNPC has just say, take a prototype, 10 marketers per depot across your 21 depot, 50 million naira only. We don't need credit facility like DAPMA or MOMO of billions. 50 million naira per marketer. Once you release your product, insist on any truck to have tracker. You track your product to the station. Nigerians will access this product at affordable prices. So as far as IPMAN is concerned, our concern is support from the NNPC as it is supporting MOMA and DAPMA. Let us also have this support. We are Nigerians, we are local marketers, and we are the only one that can reach nooks and crannies. If we take product to local government and stock there, without the local government getting product, they will go to state capital. If state capital doesn't have that product, they will come to federal capital, and that will be an ISO. So I want to suggest to this, to the distinguished chairman of this meeting, that retail outlets is not the sin, but the sin is the absence of product and selling above government price. With this, chairman, thank you very much for this opportunity. I hope also independent people, I have spoken your mind. This is the best I can offer. Anything beyond this, you go and meet the GMD and the minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that precise presentation. Maybe the only thing you didn't say, and I'm sure some of our members will ask you when the time comes for question. I salute your courage for disowning any filling station built without DPR approval, and even the consequential comment that such stations be demolished. I hope DPR will take this very seriously and take it seriously and do something about it. The only thing that you didn't say is what will happen, or what do you suggest to members, your own members that sells above pump price? What penalty would you, no, just take note of it at the appropriate time you answer. Yes, what penalty would you recommend? Would you recommend revoking their licenses and demolition of stations so that it will serve as a very big deterrent for others to do? Next is Chairman NATO. NATO, I'm sure you are a complimentary organization, and before you even came, you received a lot of commendations, you and PTD. So please just thank all the people that commend you, and just take your seat. I think it's better not to talk too much.
You now. Chairman said I should thank people, so there is no need for me to oath. Is there any oath for thanking people? Okay, I take oath. I will thank everybody that have commended NATO. Okay.
Okay.
I, Kasim Ibrahim Bateya,
I swear.
I humbly swear
that the evidence I shall give in public hearing shall be
the public hearing shall be
the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth,
So help me God. Distinguished Chairman, distinguished members of the committee, the Honorable Minister of State GMD, good afternoon. Mr. Chairman, I think the proximate cause of fuel scarcity in this country has been mentioned and said by those who have spoken before me. However, there are other silent reasons and causes of the fuel scarcity in this country, which I believe the committee of the Honorable Minister of State is handling the other silent issues. Only to add to say that sometimes the Honorable Chairman, there are issues that need to be looked upon. To me, I take the scarcity into two aspects. Petroleum product is like every other commodity, that the forces of demand and supply influence the price. So I think petroleum, the forces of the demand and supply affected the price at the ember months. December is always a month that people move more frequently all over the country, and the demand of petroleum product is high at that period. And when other people say there is a supply gap, I tend to not agree with them, because from our record, the loading from August, September, October, November, December in this country remains the same. It is the same average of 20,000 trucks capacity loading. So I don't think there is a supply gap within the period. Only the reasons that has been said by those who have the technical knowledge on the reasons why the scarcity occur. However, I think, Mr. Chairman, the little product NNPC import into this country is supposed to be distributed in such a way that there shouldn't be scarcity. There are certain procedures that are supposed to be taken in the distribution of the petroleum product imported by the NNPC. If really what the GMD has said, they have imported 7 vessels, of which I have witnessed from the loading, then the allocation of the product shouldn't be given to those DAPMAN and moment members who have no filling station outlets. You cannot allocate 10,000 metric tons, which is about 13,400,000 liters, to a DAPMAN first depot that has no single filling station. Where do you expect him to sell the product? Automatically and definitely, he is selling the product outside the market. And those who are buying the product from him above the required agreed selling price. And those who buy the product, they need to take it back to their own filling station outlet and have to sell it at a price above the 145 naira for their filling stations to operate. So, Mr. Chairman, if DPR can go and block or close a filling station outlet, I think they are leaving a donkey that is not moving. The DPR refused to touch the donkey and begin to beat the load of the donkey. Why can't you trace filling station A? You have this product and you are selling it 145 naira, above 145. Where do you get this product? I bought the product from Kasim. Kasim, where do you buy your product? I bought it from NNPC, from somebody. Then go back to the root of the sale of the product before you now come and lock the filling station. So if you are locking the filling station, you are not helping matters. DPR has concentrated their operations more on surveillance on the filling stations outlet, leaving the depot to operate freely. You have to go and see. NNPC has allocated some quantities to a DAPMAN or MOMA member. Okay, go there and see. 10,000 metric tons of PMS has been allocated to you. Where is it? Let us have the program of loading. Who do you sell the product to and at what price? Then you now trace the trucks, the number of trucks loaded from 1 liter to the 10,000 metric tons. Then and now trace it back to where it is discharged. I think this is what DPR is supposed to be doing instead of going back to the filling station outlet to sanction them. Then another issue, the Civil Defense Corps. Mr. Chairman, I always tend to disagree. If Nigerian custom can prevent smuggling of bags of rice into this country? Why can't they prevent smuggling of petroleum product by tank truck? So what are they doing? Is this because smuggling of petroleum product by tank truck does not attract import duty or export duty? If they can prevent smuggling of rice, smuggling of cars into the country, they should be able to prevent smuggling of petroleum product outside the country. So, Mr. Chairman, I think the civil defense, the custom, and all the security agencies should go back and protect our borders so that smuggling of petroleum product should be avoided. And I always disagree with diversion of petroleum product, because whenever a diversion of petroleum product is mentioned, it is the truck owner that is involved. But to me, I look at diversion of petroleum product as a combination of forces, a combination of all those who have stake of the product, right from the allocation of the product, from the...
Not to try to round up.
From the regulators.
Yes, you have spoken very well.
So, Mr. Chairman, I don't think transporters are involved in diverting petroleum product. And let me also correct an impression by the GMD, who said 4,501 trucks did not return to complete the Aquila process. Mr. Chairman, in a period of scarcity, always PPMC rush transporters. Quickly go and discharge. Don't wait for Aquila. Quickly go and discharge at the filling stations. So 4,500 trucks were pushed to go and discharge the product in the filling station so as to avoid queues in the filling station. You cannot divert 4,500 trucks at a time. 4,500 trucks by average of 33,000 liters is over 110,000 metric tons. 110,000 metric tons is about 4.4 vessels of 30,000 metric tons. So is NNPC saying that 4.4 vessels has been diverted by transporters? Then why are we sitting down here? If 4 vessels can be diverted. So I'm just trying to correct the impression. Sometimes they said we quickly go and discharge it. Then I want to also agree with the Honorable Minister that we have to sustain our railway line and the NNPC pipeline. However, trucking has solved a Nigerian problem, because for more than 2 decades, supply and distribution of petroleum product in Nigeria is 98% reliance on petrol tanker trucks. So they have really they have solved our problems. Honorable Minister, you said they did not solve our problem. They have really solved our problems for 2 decades. Only that you need to support the transporters, because the custom duty charge on the importation of trucks is 35% today against 5%. Nigeria did not produce truck. We don't have any spare part. We don't have anything. And since 98% is reliant on the trucks and the trucks are old, the custom duty charge should be reviewed. So I want to plead with the Honorable Chairman of this Honorable Committee to look at the custom duty charge by the custom on the importation of trucks, and also to call on you to quickly advise government to aid transporters to acquire new trucks in the system, because it is the new trucks that will solve the tracking problems. All these old trucks in the system, they don't have the new technology that tracking device will be installed on the vehicle. So with this, Mr. Chairman, I wish everybody a happy deliberation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nato. I thought you were just going to be very precise, but you have offered us very, very important contributions. Let me say, like we said to the Honorable Minister, please, your presentation is quite excellent. So we want all of you to present this to the Secretariat, please. If you have not brought written presentation, please do so in the next 1 week. The Secretariat, yes, we want all of you that have no written presentation to do so and present to the Secretariat. It will aid us in writing our report and helping you, like the demands you have made to the government. One thing that maybe you didn't say is you are the owners. I would complain on behalf of PTD before they come. Part of the problems is our road network. And I think you are making a very, very bad contribution to this. Today, your members are building trucks that carry 60,000 liters, as against the 33,000 liters that everybody knows. And this is what is responsible for the bad state of our roads. And I think you need to do something about it. Otherwise, the whole country is going to, we would just be going round and round, spending money to do road today and coming back. I'm sure the PTD will say this. Yes. Yes, next PTD, please. But before PTD also takes over, let me thank the management of NTA for graciously extending our live coverage unlimitedly. I think the Vice Chairman of the Committee on Information locally is a member of this committee, and he took note of the time and the need for members of this side, the senators and the House, to cross-examine the various speakers. So he went out and solicited for more time, and the DG granted. We thank the GD most profoundly. We also thank our colleague, Senator Dambaba from Sokoto, for taking that initiative. So last but by no means the least now is PTD. PTD, we hope you will align yourself with the previous speakers and give members time to respond to some of these questions.
I think we'll be patient with the PTD man. Like Alaji Aminu, he also have broken leg. So we will give him time to move to the place. Thank you.
The evidence I shall give.
That evidence I shall give.
In this public hearing.
In this public hearing.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
Nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God. Distinguished Chairman, distinguished member of this committee, Honorable Minister, and SPAMSEC, GMD and his team, my August, NATO, PTD, NATO, IPMA, DACMA, they are our workers because they are the people where they buy truck for us to drive. On behalf of tanker driver in Nigeria, let me thank the distinguished member of this committee for convening this hearing. Let me thank you also for the patience you have for Nigerians. On 14th of December, GMD have in calling on many of us, leadership of tanker drivers, that he need our assistance because he started observing queue in various filling stations. He appealed to us to appeal to our people in various places. Holiday, Saturday, Sunday, Christmas is already approached, and New Year. How are we doing? Because his concern is Nigeria. After he informed us, he informed our employer also that they should talk to us. We all agree that so far you are talking about Nigeria, we are ready to give you all the support. Let me use this opportunity to thank our Christian brothers in various places, tanker drivers, because meaning Pataikot, Wari, Calabar, and Lagos. Many of them were Christian because of leadership respect they have for us. They agree with us that they not go
Christmas and New Year. That's why you continue to see fuel, even everybody are talking about scarcity is going down. Yes, it's going down, but some people do it. So, no need of me to continue because some of our guys already say it. I'd like to thank you and commend you. God will continue to bless Nigeria. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, petroleum tanker drivers. I also join you to thank most profoundly these Christian drivers. I think it is a serious oversight from all of us. The minister should have done so. The GMD should have done so. Then your OGAs should have done more because you could just shut down the industry. But above all Nigerians must thank you because if you had done so, they will be the receivers. So they will be the ones suffering about it. I thank all the various speakers that spoke glowingly on these very important issues. And now it is our turn to throw questions, and we are going to do it. But before we also commence, let me call the attention of our members that we are plenty, and I'm sure everybody wants to ask a question or two. So members should be precise in their questions, and the organizations asked should also be precise in their answers. And members should not please repeat questions. I would want some clarifications before we continue. NNPC, I would want us to tell this committee the number of cargoes you import per month under the DSDP. Please, I want that figure. So now I would, my distinguished colleague asked earlier on because of his age and yes, and the energy. Senator Tayo Alashadura is almost 70 years but still firing. So I will yield the floor to him because yes, he said he's going to, he has another program somewhere, but I told him to wait. So Tayo, you have the floor, please. And I hope you will fire like you used to do in other businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, distinguished colleagues. I'm going to be precise like the Chairman said. I have a few questions here and they are based mainly on the presentation by NNPC stroke the Minister. My first question goes thus. Knowing the attitude of Nigerians for profiteering at festive periods, and looking at your graph on page 4 of this presentation, on page 4, why was adequate supplies not planned and executed to ensure not only enough supplies, but also have surplus during this period? Because this is a process that has continued over the years. It's not something that has just dawned on us suddenly. So if we had known that Nigerians love profiteering, why don't we hedge against this way of thinking of Nigerians? That's question number 1. 2, on page 6, we were told that the landing cost is now high. I said how much? That has been given at about 171 now. Government, my question now is, government went out with fanfare that subsidy has been abolished, and within a year, we are now talking of landing cost that is high. Did government not do its own work properly before arriving at the benchmark price of 145 per liter? That's the second question. Question number 3. Manpower shortage, as stated by NNPC, and that is page 8 of your presentation. when the reorganization of NNPC started, we were made to understand that a pool of staff, almost up to 6,000, were found redundant and had been kept in a pool for gradual release to active work as people retire. How come that we now have manpower shortage? 4, this is for DPR. How many fuel stations were penalized during this horrible period when Nigerians were made to suffer? Because we have thousands and thousands of petrol stations in this country, but I don't think up to 200 of these petrol stations were sanctioned during this period. And if people are not made to pay, others will not fare. And this is my advice, that my colleagues should take solace in the fact that Dangote is going to come on stream very soon. Yes, and when we have Nigerians refining our oil, this horrible scepter of petroleum importation that has brought us to our knees time and time again, we also have a solution. The other one, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources had been talking about getting our own refineries privatized as much as possible. Please go ahead and do this, for the sake of Nigerians. What the National Assembly was saying the other time was that whatever you are going to do, please ensure that it is done properly and that it is transparent for everybody to see. But I don't think any sane Nigerian, knowing the suffering of Nigerians, will say that we should not get private participation in our refineries. One more. NPA being paid in forex. One thing that I've observed in Nigerians is that they direct every problem they have to the executive arm. If you are not getting solution from the executive arm, why don't you bring your problems to the National Assembly? Because the National Assembly can legislate and say this is the way it should be done. So people will keep on complaining and saying we are meeting brick blocks here, meeting brick blocks there. And you have the National Assembly for whom you voted and for whom you everybody believes are the eyes and mouth of the general public. Why not bring problems like this to them, especially in the future? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, my distinguished colleague and the Chairman, Petroleum Upstream of the Senate. Next, I will take my younger brother and friend and the colleague also in the oil industry, Chairman Gas. Then after him, we are going to start from the right and go all the way to the left so that we would have some order. So, distinguished Senator Albert Akpambasi, you have the floor to make your contributions.
Thank you, my brother, my lead chair, my distinguished and respected colleagues, members of the House of Representatives, our invited stakeholders. I think I have just two key questions. One is to the minister, then the other one to NNPC. I know that in the last fuel price increase during the issues that we raised, the minister had always insisted that the reason for the price modulation was that the 145 per liter was not the highest. That price was supposed to be played within a certain band. And here we are again talking about price modulation. So we need to understand, if you had an approval of Mr. President to modulate price initially, why were you still leaving the price at 140, 145? I mean, because like we are going back to square one. And number two, you had also said that last year
that government was, like the issue that has been raised by Senator Taya, that government was doing away with fuel subsidy. And now the NNPC is now importing at a loss of about 800 to 900 million naira a day. And we need to understand where is this losses? How is it being treated? Is it not better we restore? If you are saying let us subsidize, let us be truthful to ourselves, truthful to God, and truthful to Nigerians, and let National Assembly appropriate for the subsidy if we must subsidize, so that we'll all be on the same page. So my question is, you have said we are doing away with subsidy, and now NNPC says that they are importing 25 million liters average a day at 27 naira per liter loss. So we need to reconcile that. Then finally, Mr. Chairman, I believe that when we came into this National Assembly, NNPC was importing 30% of the total fuel supply at some point, and at some point it increased to 40%. And Nigerians, through the DABMAN, MOMAN, and other independent marketers, were anchoring at 70%. So it is clear that NNPC does not have the capacity to import and fund the market 100%. So I want to ask the minister, what are you doing within the immediate possible time, as soon as possible, to ensure that these Nigerians who employ so many Nigerians in their kitty, that this debt of 800 billion is deferred by government within the shortest possible time, because that's still within your purview. I think on that note, I thank the Senate President. I thank my distinguished colleagues for calling off recess to attend to this all-important issue that affects all Nigerians. I thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished Senator Albert and the Chairman, Senate Committee on Gas Resources. Like I said, we are going to put order in it. So we are commencing now from the extreme right with distinguished Senator Mao Ohabunwa.
Mr. Chairman.
Also, wait now. Why are you in a hurry? Let me finish introducing you, so that because you are wearing a hat today, some people are not seeing your face. He is also known as DG Amendment in the Senate. So he is a very, very distinguished senator, because everybody submits to him before he or she makes her motion. Otherwise, he will amend it and divert it somewhere else.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was rushing so that I don't cut down the number of minutes, hours I need to ask my question. I want to thank you for this opportunity. It's important to state this fact that this is a matter of issue of national urgency and national importance. And I believe that what led to the leadership of the National Assembly calling off or cutting short our recess for us to be here. But I need to say that I've not seen that urgency in NNPC at all. Because everything I had here has been usual, it's been normal. I was in the House of Reps, it's the same story. Today is the same story. Nothing here from the report of GMD that has shown me that we are in an issue of national urgency. I want to ask, prior to now, Mr. President and Mr. Chairman, the question I want to ask is that what led to NNPC becoming sole importers and distributors of petroleum products? That is number one. Is the reason. Number two, Mr. President and Mr. Chairman, 2017, I did not see any requests from the executive as regards subsidy payment. I didn't see any. And now NNPC is telling us there is differential. The landing cost is about 170 thereabout, and you are selling at 145. How do you make up for the difference? How? Where are we making up the difference from? So we want to know, because there is no budget. And thirdly, let's correct this impression. The federal government is aware and they know the process of either sending budget or sending supplementary. As long as the subsidy to be paid to the either Dapman or Moman was not captured in the 2017 budget, the only way out is supplementary. And it's better to tell Nigerians that as we speak today, there is no supplementary budget before the National Assembly. So for anybody to say paper or document is National Assembly, it's not true. Because there is a process, and the process is either through the national budget or through a supplementary budget. And there is none like that as I speak. Mr. Chairman, another question I'm raising both to the GMD and the Minister. I'm so sorry to make this reference. During the Civil War, we had refineries at the back of our houses. Refineries. And I'm asking, what is the rocket science? I'm aware that some years back we had given licenses for modular refineries. Until today, we've not seen any come on stream. Like it's been said here today, it's very clear. It's very clear. It's very clear that the problem we're having is shortage. And when there is shortage, the process of demand and supply will play. And like I'm coming from Arochku right away, I know throughout this period, we didn't buy petrol, PMS, anything less than 300 naira anywhere. Today I had to pay, I missed the first flight because the driver said he had to look for fuel, there was no fuel. I had to buy another ticket today to be here. Nigerians are suffering. There is no gainsaying the fact. I thought that by now, within this 1-2 weeks, NNPC would have allowed Dapman, Moman to import PMS. There is no, I've not seen any urgency in this. And what I'm asking is that, what is the position of our refineries today? What are the positions in terms of capacity, in terms of functionality? At least we have the ones that are there. We have Kaduna, we have Rivers and Port Harcourt and Lagos and Warri. So we want to know, brief Nigerians, what position are those refineries today? And that's all I want. Then finally, is NNPC still paying subsidy? We want to know if you're paying subsidy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, DG Amendment. The next, who is the next senator? Yes, another younger brother of mine. But before I yield the floor to the distinguished senator, let me say, while we appreciate because the questions come in, because of the issues raised, we should try to limit ourselves to the subject matter of this sitting, because all other issues we can take in our committees. We have the right to re-invite and ask questions on other issues. So let us direct our questions so that we can make good progress. The next speaker is the Senate spokesperson, and he is a PhD holder and a traditional title holder from Borgu Emirate, Distinguished Senator Aliyu Sabi Abdullahi. Distinguished Senator, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm a doctor of veterinary medicine. Well, permit me to stand on existing protocol. I think from everything that has been said, my worry is with the operators. Perhaps we're in a season that I tagged BSE, blame someone else. Everybody seems to push the blame to another person. Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, from all the reports, I want to take on DPR, for example. You are a regulator. You have responsibility for monitoring, and all the filling stations, I think they are not needles. They are big enough. You see them everywhere they are located. My worry is, so far you've told us you've sanctioned 6, or is it 5? For example, from the report here, during this crisis, we've been told 5 have been sanctioned, for example, from the GMD's report. But what I want to ask is, are we saying that there are no faults from the operators, either the staffers of DPR or even those who are managing the, what do they call it, depots? Are they not compromising somewhere? Nobody is telling us that that is happening. And if that is happening, what sanctions is being meted out to them? Because as Nigerians, we are fully aware that there are compromises along the line. So I'll need you to speak on that. Now, the second aspect is from the minister's presentation. He said we need to do piping as one of the very quick, stable solutions, assuming that those piping will not suffer from vandalism. But the question here is, why are we finding it very difficult to get host communities where these pipes are passing to provide security? They are Nigerians. And if the challenge we've been having is vandalism taking place in those places, no criminal operates without having some backup or livelihood. There must be a support base. And I want to believe that most of the host communities are fully aware of what happens there. But because we neglect them, we take them to be inconsequential, of course, they also neglect you and allow those who are doing all of those things to do. And that takes me to the last issue I want to raise: smuggling across our borders. The border communities are neglected. There is absence of governance. You go there, you don't see any government presence whatsoever. The smugglers are the government of the borders communities, unfortunately. And that is why you find it very tough to police your borders. We have Border Community Development Agency, for example, but we seem to pay less attention to that. So I think in carrying out some of these your new thinking, it is important that you bring this particular issue in play, because I will tell you, I'm from a border community more or less. I'm from Borgu, we have a border, and I will tell you, if you go to each of the villages, they will tell you who moves what. They know. But the truth of the matter is that the little things for their own survival, borehole, schools, healthcare, is non-existent. And you'll be surprised that the people who are smuggling this oil are the ones who will come and do a small, well, not even borehole. And because of that, he wins their confidence. And when you come around, in fact, they will tell him that we saw police people coming here to come and check. Don't move. They will give them the information. So I think it is very important that in carrying out all of these things, we try to look at some of these things, because it's very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, distinguished Senator Ali Sadi Abdullahi. At this point, I would allow the various persons asked questions to respond. But in doing so, let me state one thing. There are questions asked bordering on subsidy issues. I don't want us to derail. The essence of this sitting is not on whether there is subsidy or no subsidy. So answer the questions of subsidy as far as they affect supplies which caused the fuel scarcity we have today. For instance, DAPMAN are complaining that they cannot import because the price differential and so on. So that affected supplies. So I don't want us to go into issues of subsidy for this meeting. The Committee on Downstream is going to pick that matter immediately and look into it and look at it holistically. So questions bordering on who is shouldering subsidy, whether there is this or not, should be dropped for this purpose. I don't want us to derail. What we want is issues of supplies, where the gaps are, why we had this crisis, because that is the hallmark of this problem. So I will start with the Minister. If there is any question for you, if there is none, we move to GMD. If there is no Director DPR, everybody knows who asked what. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there were just two questions that fell directly on my purview. The rest between NNPC and DPR to some extent. The first question was in terms of what made us stick to the 145 pricing. When at the initial time when this was designed, it was a modulated approach, which means that even this 145, as prices sort of define or prices of get varied in the international market, we would seek to modulate those pricing to reflect those. That was the basis of the plan and that modulation. The truth was that given the impact that it had and the public uproar that went with it. Those price changes were not easy things to have accomplished. We've sort of not had an authorization to continue to modulate those prices. The President is very insistent, quite frankly, on making sure prices remain stable because of the impact it was having on Nigerians, especially at very low base. And so we've tried very hard to work around those parameters to see how we can improve efficiencies, keep to the price, and yet attract some level of competitiveness. And I think that once the level playing field is open enough, you'll find that the level of projection we're having in terms of what would be the ideal selling price will in fact drop. Efficiencies tend to force down prices because of competition. So will it be 171? Will it be 165? It's still, the jury is still out there. So I think there's still a bit more work, but I think it became a lot more critical up until about middle of last year. The pricing environment in terms of international price of crude versus all other factors were fairly tolerable. I think it just went out of hand towards the last part of last year. Because if you realize that the price movement in OPEC had a very instantaneous jump in June from about 45 that was fairly static all the way to 60, and I just remained there. So it was a bump that nobody, quite frankly, had anticipated. But I can assure you that we're continuing to review this. The price movement will be the very last thing that we will do, and we'll only do it if absolutely we have. But I look forward to one day when we won't have to even sit down and be talking pricing, when the operational environment in itself will determine prices and people will move forward. I think that once the refineries are in place and those competitive bases are fairly well established, you will find that some of these issues will go away. So yes, we recognize that there was a modulation perspective. Other factors crept in that have not enabled us to move back. So obviously NNPC also inherited that and couldn't move on pricing unless it had adequate approvals at the high to move out of that. The other issue that you raised with me, or you raised that I think concerns me, is the production split issue. When did NNPC begin to do 100% cargo infusion? When others had an opportunity to, when historically we've had the private sector play a bit more. I think that as of 2016, we had largely achieved a near 50-50 split. But obviously, once the factors of pricing came in, it's not like anybody stopped private sector from importing. So I hear the honorable distinguished member who is saying, look, let them import. Oh, nobody's stopping anybody from importing. It is just that the factors surrounding the business environment has prevented them. I don't think NNPC said to anybody, don't bring in product. In fact, if you bring it, they will thank you. But the problem is nobody's been able, unless we deal with some of the issues that I raised when I went up to the podium in terms of pricing. That's what we need to, and when he talks of sense of urgency, yes, we need to address that with a sense of urgency. But that sense of urgency is what it's cost the president to set up the special committee. We walked all through yesterday night. We're going to continue today with a mind to try and arrive at some fairly quick, medium and long-term solutions to avoid this, because this is embarrassing for everybody, at least the executive, in fact. Refinery questions, I'm sure, will be answered by the COO refineries. But let me just make the point, because I think you did make a point that during the Civil War there were small refineries everywhere and there were no issues. Well, there were no price controls then too. So you basically produced and you sold. The greatest difficulty, the greatest impairment to refining in this country is that unless the environment on pricing is liberalized, there's no incentive to put money on the capital structures. That's really what it is. We've been able to create a fairly innovative way of addressing our refineries to bringing in private sector funding whilst not, quite frankly, privatizing the refineries. And that took a lot of creativity, and that's what NNPC is working on to try and execute. But I think what will happen is that if they succeed in doing that, and I think they will, once they finish that, the appetite for private sector participation will get enlivened. As a matter of fact, to our own shock, when we first created those notions, the general philosophy was that nobody was going to be interested in moribund refineries. But I'm sure his chief operating officer of a refinery will tell you he got close to 40 entrants who wanted to participate in the financing scheme. So what it says is the mechanism is there. There's still a lot more work to be done. Dangote is now building one. Others are beginning to, Ajip is looking at one. Modular refinery license holders are looking at least that two are close to the point of being able to enter construction. So the appetite for private refining will eventually overwhelm the concentration of public refining, because unless the public refineries can compete with the private refineries, they'll become moribund. And that's what will happen. So I think those are national geometric growth that will happen in their own rhythm. So we're doing everything that we can on refineries. We're trying to meet those timelines. As a matter of fact, as late as yesterday, as early as yesterday, or late as yesterday, I instructed the CEO refinery that whatever we do, we needed to complete the whole analysis process and be able to get to a point of getting to approval levels for us to award this contract, for NNPC to award this contract by the end of January, for hopefully early March. Once that is done, I think a lot of these problems will begin. So on a parallel basis, we're really working on that. I take the point you make on border communities, and I think you're absolutely right. The same border community issues are a sort of problems we also have in the Niger Delta communities. And it is important that wherever we have these border towns where products move out, we need to find a way of engaging them. And I'll be working collaboratively with the GMD on this to see how much more we can utilize those individuals who work there on the policing syndrome to prevent some of these things from going out and make them participate in the value chain. It's the same cry, both sides, and we need to address those. Thank you. GMD went here, so I think he came probably, unless he came probably can address some of the issues that were raised. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. The matter of, what did I call it? Manpower shortage was not.
I skillfully avoided commenting on the manpower shortage because it is a domestic issue in NNPC. I have a lot of parastatals who require manpower, and GMD I think will address that. Let me just say that it is still work in progress. The board has not yet authorized, as far as I know, employment of extra hands, but there is a good justification in some cases for some people to, at least at the lower level, I think, much more than at the higher level, for staff to come in. But that is something GMD will bring to the board to be discussed. We're still at some rudimentary stages of that. But I'll leave him to handle that. That's really a GMD issue.
GMD or his representative? Who took the questions? COO. You want help? There is another COO by your side, another one by your side, another one by the extreme side. Yes, so yes, you have four, so yes.
Mr. Chairman, we will share the questions, so refineries would handle refinery questions. Okay, thank you, sir. The first question had to do with the number of cargoes we import under the DSDP. Yeah. Let me use December. As in December, for the month of December, our plan was to, what we planned for was 1. Okay. The DSDP import program is based on a cargo per day. And typically, our cargoes are 50 million liters. What the DSDP also allows us to achieve is the flexibility to reduce the number of cargoes we bring in the month when there's extreme glut in the market. So the GMD had referenced a situation where we had 1.9 billion liters in circulation. At times like that, we can reduce the number of cargoes we're bringing in because we have excess supplies, so that we can also reduce our exposure on demurrage and other operational constraints that generates. So, but because we recognize that December is the highest demand point in the year, our plan for December ultimately was 35 cargoes. So we actually exceeded a cargo per day. 35 cargoes. 50 million liters typically. So there's 30 in December, yes. 38,000 metric tons on average.
How many of 38,000 metric tons?
35 cargoes, 35 vessels. Yes, sir.
Of 38 empty.
Yes, sir. Typically, that's the average import size.
But on the list you bring a month is how many cargoes?
It depends on demand and depends on how much you have in the country. We can run that scenario and tell you, but typically the plan is based on 30 cargoes a month minimum.
30 cargoes?
Yes, sir.
Of what size?
Typical average size is 37,000 metric tons. 38,000 is 37,998. Yes, sir. Empty. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, my first question, which to me is very, very important, was talking about forward planning. If you look at page 4 of the...
Sorry, I think all your questions are taken by relevant bodies that are here.
Yeah, it's NNPC that is...
he has just started, so maybe he didn't reach. He is just answering my question. So I'm sure the relevant organization, so if it is NNPC, I'm sure you've captured this question. So go ahead. It is when they finish all and you didn't hear answer of your question, then we go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Distinguished Senator, the first question was the chairman's question. Now I'm coming to your questions. Let me also say that over and above the import program for the month of December and January, for instance, the GMD approved that we import additional cargoes to meet any incremental demand in the market. So for instance, January this year is going to be the highest, would have the highest volumes we've imported in a long time. Because over and above our plan for January, we have an additional 300 million liters of fuel planned for the market.
I was not talking about January. No, please look at that, your graph. Look at your graph.
Yes, sir.
If you look at your graph, you will find out that between July and October,
yes, sir,
you had very high importation. Good. How come that knowing Nigerians, because I was not putting the blame straight at you alone, but that Nigerians love profiteering. How come that for December, November, December, when Nigerians would like to cheat, we did not make enough provision and, to ensure that whatever they want to do, we pump as much as possible into the market. That's what I was saying.
So, distinguished Senator, reference...
GED, you have the floor, please.
Yes.
The distinguished senators are discussing oil. There's gas and upstream. Okay. If the gas is able to blow upstream up, then we are lucky. Go ahead.
Now, with reference to the senator's question, sir, in terms of how prepared were we for the December month, if you read that graph properly, you would see that even in November, December, we had about 3 weeks, about 21 days sufficiency. If you read the graph, because it's volume against the imports versus the number of days sufficiency, based on 35 million liters, what we had experienced during the year, average consumption inland was about 27 to 28 million liters a day of PMS. The graph we provided to you is based on 35 million liters planning. So it means that in the base case, we plan for more than Nigeria is actually consuming. So even at the point when the graph is showing a lower trend or lower volumes in the market, we were still about 3 weeks worth of product in the market, which means that even if we did not import a liter more, we could go for 3 whole weeks without adding an additional liter to the volumes inland. And this analysis also excludes refinery contribution. We usually, because this is the planning tool that we use. So refineries are actually an additional input to the volumes inland. So that's the picture you're showing. But over and above that, we had planned for the month of December, knowing that we're going to have the highest demand in the land. We had planned for 1.4 billion liters, which, if you do the calculations, is actually 45 million liters a day. So over and above the 27, 28 million liters a day, which is the actual consumption, over and above the 35 million liters a day, which is our planning basis, for December, we had gone to plan on the basis of 45 million liters a day. What ultimately happened, if you go back to the GMD's presentation, is that when the panic buying started, When the hoarding started, when the diversion started, demand exceeded our planning basis. In terms of going into the period, NNPC was prepared for end of the year. We had imported and we had planned more volumes that, based on our projections, based on historical demand, was more than sufficient. But once panic buying started, those numbers were exceeded. So what we did was to inject additional cargo. So we imported an additional 300 million liters to move our planning basis from 45 million liters a day to 55 million liters a day to be able to cope with the increase. So that's the situation, sir. I think the minister has dealt with the question on the landing cost. So I'll ask, and manpower shortage as well. So I'll pass on the mic to my refineries colleague. Thank you, sir.
Distinguished Chairman, sir, distinguished members, the question that was asked is pretty much what is the position of our refineries today, what is capacity utilization, and how are we doing? The first thing I'd like to just put in perspective is the fact that 445,000 barrels a day translates to 14 cargoes of crude. The three refineries presently get about 4. DSDP gets about 9 to 10, and the rest is used for cash calls and the like. So we're really talking about a case where we get 4 cargoes instead of 14. So that should frame what our effective capacity utilization will be, because there are times when the refineries will actually shut down. Now, to put things in perspective, January last year, and remember, we hadn't really run these refineries as hard as we have this year. But January last year, the numbers are, and we have the numbers to prove it up, the effective capacity utilization, despite the limitation on crude, for Port Harcourt was 38.5% in January. Warri was actually 42.6%. Kaduna was 27%. Now, over the course of the year, because of the ups and downs, the numbers have averaged to just around 20%, and I'll provide a bit more context. In terms of crude that we've been able to process through the refineries, and I have to take us back because the number again, 445,000 barrels a day, translates to about 162 million barrels of crude. 2015, when we came in, we only got 8. 2016, we were able to deliver 24. This year, through November, we've done about 34. And I'll premise this again by saying, first half of this year, the refineries were delivering. In fact, Port Harcourt, apart from 1 or 2 months where they didn't have enough crude to run, they've averaged about 30% capacity utilization in the context. So when we get crude, we've been able to run. And as we said, right now, Port Harcourt is running, delivering about 3 million liters of PMS a day. This is without blending and the like, where we can actually get even more, close to about maybe 4 or 5. Kaduna has been running. Normally delivers about 1.5 million liters per day. But for this period, we were doing about 800, 750, 800, like the GMD said. Warri is down right now, but it's expected to start up this month. And I'll explain again, this comes back to the issue of 4 cargoes that we get per month. At various times, NNPC management, the GMD has actually directed that for strategic reasons, given that we have only 4 cargoes guaranteed, it's better to run 2 of the 3 refineries to meet the demands as identified by the corporation. So I'll give you an example. The first half of the year, when Warri started having some power challenges, which we've been addressing with GE, we ran primarily Port Harcourt and Kaduna, and the performance for Kaduna for the first half of the year was incredible given what we had. The second half of the year, when Kaduna started having 1 or 2 challenges, management switched its strategy and started running Warri and Port Harcourt, and in the same time, Warri was able to deliver performance as well. So in a nutshell, can the refineries run? Yes. Are we limited by the amount of crude that we have available? Yes. But the effective capacity utilization, I would say, is demonstrated by what we were able to do early first quarter of last year, when each of the refineries were able to deliver to the best of their ability. I think the Honourable Minister has already mentioned the plans that we have going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. The question asked was that how many fuel stations that were penalized by the DPR. I'll say many, but we had the directive from the Honorable Minister to go all out and ensure that marketers play by the rule. And we did our best to ensure that marketers did. But on the note that when you shut down stations, you're also creating problem of supply. So what we did was that we went to this station. If there is a report that a station is selling beyond the approved pump price, the DPR officers should visit source station, quarantine it, and ensure that the marketers revert to the approved pump price. And how is it done? Is to go back into their pumps and readjust to that price of 145 naira per liter. So that is where you see the DPR men, maybe you've watched the television, see them with the seal, and after we ensure that everything is okay, they are unsealed and we allow sales to go on. But I would say before the new year, we had several stations. As I count, I don't have the actual number here, but I will tell you that almost over 370 something were penalized, totally shut down, because they were visited more than once and were found to be perpetrating the same act. And we have punishment for such. The minimum is to close down such stations for about 6 months. And if after that we close down 9 months, and if you do third time, it is blacklisting. So you will not be able to operate, you will not be able to go to any depot to lift product. So we will provide you with the actual number of the list. Yes, list of all of them. Well, the senator from my state asked me whether there was compromise from DPR officers. Well, what I want to say is that the DPR officer at the depot is not the custodian of the product. What he regulates is what the manifest says. Who is taking what? Where is it going to? So, but it takes two to tango. So if he has his facts and he can afford those facts, we'll do our investigation and then report back to this committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director. And I thought maybe you will mention, for the purpose of the public to know some of the problems you are going through. I know one of your staff was threatened by a gun in Lagos. So these are some of the issues that the public needs to know in carrying out these responsibilities, some of the inherent dangers. Thank you. Where did we stop? The next senator there, I think, is... yes. You know, Utazi is being feared by all and sundry, not only in this side of the chamber, but even outside. He is the EFCC of the Senate. Utazi is representing Enugu, a lawyer and a senator, and the chairman, Senate Committee on Economic and Financial Crimes. Distinguished Senator, over to you, please.
Thank you, my chairman. I think we have discussed a lot about this recurrent problem of petroleum scarcity in the country. And I think the NNPC has taken their war room to the National Assembly. So we are part of the war room now. And we have to actually, outside just giving a rendition of the problems that are here, that have been here all the time, we make a difference by going home today with more resolution to get things done properly, so that this kind of situation will not reoccur again. And in saying that, we have looked at the NNPC, the operations of the NNPC. Of course, you know, upstream, midstream, downstream, has been reduced to availability of petroleum products. And we know that the availability of petroleum products, I mean the downstream, is the smallest aspect of the job of the petroleum industry. But for Nigerians, they have reduced the whole job of NNPC to this small aspect of your office. It means that we have to devise a very, very important strategy to get this out of this, because this shouldn't be. You know, outside, people outside there think that the NNPC is just about putting the refined products. But that's not up to 5% of your job. So if this 5% is getting the whole attention is going and distracting even the NNPC from the job they are doing, it means that this 5% is wonderfully very important to Nigerians, that we will not allow things to just happen. I am of the opinion that, because my colleagues have asked a lot of questions on this capacity. You see, we all know it. We on this side are committed. That's why we spend days in Akwa Ibom looking at the petroleum industry bill. We know that the roots of solving this problem is the unbundling of NNPC. So that's just the issue. We just have to unbundle and have to get things to be done and allow the private sector to drive the economy. Once you have double regulations, nothing works. Who is going to build a refinery when NNPC is going to import? No businessman will put his money there. It's not possible. You see, and just put for the sake of putting it. Yeah, Dangote is Dangote now.
Sorry, Chief Otazi, please, can you ask question, please?
Yes, I'm coming to it.
No, go to the question spread, please. Yes.
Well, you see, why I'm saying so, Mr. Chairman, is that I'm a consultant in this area. I'm not an outsider. You know,
ask questions that will make them sweat. If you are a consultant, ask them questions that will make them sweat and ask for air condition. I think it's better than making the comments. So ask them very tough questions.
Mr. Chairman, they understand what I'm saying. They understand it. They understand that what I'm doing is more than a question.
No, it is the public that needs to understand. The public wants to know that they asked. That made the minister maybe to loosen his tie, or the GMD to remove one of his jacket and give me. Yes, or any of the distance. But when you are just making comment, everybody is just watching and it's too technical. Ask direct questions, please. We have other members, especially our colleagues in the House of Representatives.
Chairman, for your satisfaction, I want to say, the Honorable Minister and all your team that are here, we really have to look at the issue that has made the private sector. What the issue? What are we doing? What is government doing in the first place to ensure that if we unbundle this industry, that this job will be attractive to private sector, so that they can come in and remove us this burden of being a crude oil, being a country that sells crude. We are going outside to do it, which is not helpful to us. And then I want to say also again, what effort are we doing? Because we understand many people have, many businessmen have already put so much money in having ships. And today, if you want to unbundle and get things done, they will sabotage the effort. So what effort are we doing? Because it's just the same thing we're having in electricity. We want to have electricity in this place. And yet, the people who are, the industries outside there, who are controlling what we are doing here, policy here, have made it impossible.
My distinguished colleague, I'm very sorry. I have to call you to order. Please, ask your question and ask a straight question, please. We are running short of time, and your other brothers want to speak. Yes, please.
So, yes, well, that was a question, number one.
Just trying to be EFCC today, and unfortunately, this is the Senate. Yes, please. And
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
So I've worked that question for the refining, so to get this done, which I've already tried to compare with the problem we have in electricity in this country. That's one aspect. The other issue I want to say, ask, that we help even the customers that are here, you know, the independent marketers, Moman and all that. You see, the part of the problem, it was also captured in the GMD speech here about subsidy. You see, you people collect the subsidy, you collect the subsidy on behalf of a petroleum equalization fund, which you reimburse them to pay the marketers. Marketers complain that most of these things are not forthcoming because the petroleum equalization don't have the money to pay. So what effort are we doing to ensure that once the marketer pays at the depot to pick his product, the same money lands at the account of the petroleum equalization fund, so that they can pay marketers immediately, so that they can face business? Because most marketers are having difficulty sourcing funds to do the business. So these are the two questions I have for you.
Yes.
You ask a question. You ask a question.
Distinguished Senator Ogola Poster, I would also plead with you. I know you would want to ask all the questions in this, so I will plead with you, because of your other colleagues, especially our brothers in the House of Representatives, the way we sat and the way we started the question, they are not very comfortable. So can you ask your direct questions, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Direct questions. But we need to ask all the questions, Mr. Chairman. Firstly, the NNPC, as explained, shiploads came, translated to trucks, went hinterland. Nobody mentioned barge loads that went to Riverine. The implication of that is that the NNPC has no value for the people of the Niger Delta in the Riverine area, because everybody had problem. We have been buying fuel at 300 naira per liter because we are not part of the petroleum equalization fund price regime. We have been shouting, and nobody is listening. In the crisis, we were rising to 600, and nobody arranged, let's send this canoe load to the Riverine people. I think it is unjust to our people. Then, Moman, you discovered, so in conclusion of that aspect is, when is the NNPC going to arrange price regimentation for the Riverine area of the Niger Delta? That question has never been answered, and nobody is bothered. Ogoni stopped oil.
Sorry, distinguished Senator.
No,
Mr.
Chairman,
this
is a problem affecting my people.
Let
the people answer it.
Excuse me, distinguished Senator. Before we started this session, I said that we are going
to... We are talking of supply and demand. We are not having supply. We have the demand.
I have the flow, Mr.
Okay.
Please. Before we started, I did say that this session is going to go strictly by our rules. And our rules said that you are not allowed to dilate or to go into other areas. You are a critical member, a very senior member of the Senate Committee on Downstream. You can address all these issues. We are in PEP just last 2 weeks, and we have asked them to give us documents. They are going to appear before us very, very shortly. You can table all these matters. What we are here today is not what you are discussing. So please, I would want you to be strict on what we are discussing today and ask your questions on fuel crisis, why and what to do about it. Thank you so much.
Moman, the question is for you. Moman, you explained with Dapman that you discovered price differentials, hence you stopped importing. When you knew about these price differentials, did you establish a dialogue line with NNPC to see how the matter could be handled? Dapman, Ipman, Moman, you claimed that NNPC is owing your organizations collectively, though cumulatively built up by individual claims, 800 billion. What services did you render to NNPC that they refused to pay? And specifically, was this that you made deposits and they refused to supply you the products? Or was it that you were importing with differentials and they refused to pay the subsidy? NNPC, well, I want the people who are being owed to answer whether it was subsidy payment they incurred in 2016 or 2017, or they paid deposits for supply of products and have not been given those products. There are some allegations, and we want the world to know today, NNPC, are you exporting any refined products, be it petrol, condensate, or AGO, and whether you blend to export? Let the world know that you are exporting or you are not exporting, apart from crude oil, which we are aware of. You know, no, just 3 more. I'm just rounding up. I'm not talking Niger Delta. NNPC, you were aware that Moman had withdrawn, and you were supplying only 30% to the market. And Moman and Ipman and others claimed they were supplying 70%. That man, if they were supplying 70 and you were supplying 30, and you were ready to beef up the price differential, why was it not necessary to negotiate with them? Why was it not necessary to negotiate with them so that this differential you are ready to carry as a burden, that they should also help you supply, and then you carry the same burden? NNPC claimed that there was negative media publicity, rumor that there was imminent price increase. If negative publicity came from the media, it was also important that NNPC should also counter immediately. NNPC never mentioned of countering until the negative media overtook everything, and then we have this crisis. So if you knew about any negative publicity, you have a corporate affairs department that can counter it immediately. Now, finally, only one question. The refineries claim from the GED CEO's explanation, they are taking about 4 cargoes daily for production. Let me know from NNPC and the refineries, is it that they have capacity to refine only 4 cargoes, or that they have more refining capacity, but we don't have enough crude oil to supply them? I think we need to know that. That is the conclusion.
Next is Dr. Haya Abdullahi. Can you please answer your question? Ask your question, please. Distinguished Senator Rose Oko from Cross Rivers, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have all agreed that a basic problem and one of the immediate causes of the problem that we had was a shortage in supply. And that arose partly from the fact that the major importers, private importers, were not doing so. The minister has just told us that after that problem, that they're now looking at some measures to ensure that they come back to importation to stem the problem and to avoid future occurrences. And some of these measures that you've talked about is the fees and the charges that they have to pay. And I dare to say that it's very important that we look at that very critically, as well as a different exchange regime for them, which on its own will cause another problem of round tripping, as we all know. Now, to give urgency to the matter that Nigerians want to know is how soon can we expect that the major importers, the private importers, can come back to importation with whatever measures you have to put in place to ensure that we do not have a reoccurrence of this matter in the immediate future. Secondly, we talked about enforcement of regulations in terms of pricing at the filling stations and in terms of moving them across borders because of the price increase or the prices at the border, across the border. Now, we have been doing the same thing for several years and it's not working. And I'm addressing the DPR now. Do you think that you need to enforce or to come by stricter penalties? There's compliance with these regulations that you have. And do you think that you need amendment of existing laws, or do you need new laws to ensure that you are able to enforce the regulations as far as this is concerned? Because this is one of the major problems that we have. The fact that these products are diverted across the borders, and the fact that retailers are selling at prices that are above the regulated price. Then thirdly, the minister has talked about refineries and has spoken with a lot of hope about the fact that perhaps in 18 months, if I got him correctly, something will be done in that sector. We are all aware of the fact that this is not the first time that Nigeria is talking about local refining. Indeed, in 2002, 18 licenses were given. It came to nothing. I think only one company, the Niger Delta company, is refining at very minimal capacity. Again, some modular refineries were approved. Some years later, it came to nothing. Now, the Vice President is talking about 10 modular refineries that equipments are already ready for importation into Nigeria. Part of the problems that existed before was the regulated environment and, of course, funding. What are you doing differently this time to ensure that the processes that you have started would be completed in terms of actually refining, to ensure that there is competitiveness by these private refineries to the extent that they can stay in the business and refine for the country? Then finally, we want to know these 445,000 barrels that is used for local refining. What volume of PMS do you get from it? What volume of that 445,000 barrels is given to local refining, and what volume is used as swap for products? And then finally, the issue of sharp practices. Yes, this is the final one. The issue of sharp practices within the system. It is alleged that top officials of the NNPC, in connivance with some other staff within the system, allocate products to their friends and their cronies, and then get the marketers to buy these products from them at exorbitant prices. And that may somehow be responsible for the fact that sometimes prices are sold well above what they should be sold for. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, distinguished Senator Ross Oko. I'm just looking at my watch, and I'm surprised it is almost 5 o'clock now. We've been here for a very long time. So I'll advise my colleagues to please answer or ask questions that were not asked before and go direct to the point. My honorable brother and the Vice Chairman, House Committee on Petroleum Down Resources. Honorable, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and honorable colleagues. My question here is that going direct to the PPMC, the first question is that I know the IPMAN people, that is the Independent Petroleum Marketer Association of Nigeria, is very important for the contribution and distribution of the product in Nigeria and every corner. So we here, we have 3 portions for IPMAN president. So which group are you dealing with them on the supply of the product? Because we know we have independent marketer more than 4,000 to 5,000 filling stations in Nigeria. And the local marketers on the ground, they are suffering because of this crisis on the national IPMAN. So, and which contribution or play are you rolling to make sure these groups become one group, that is the one president in the national level for the IPMAN, because of the suffering of local independent marketer they are in the depot? This is my first question. Second question is that it's going to the DAPMAN, or I'm sorry, not be DAPMAN, NATO. I know NATO, they say they are the owners of the trucks. I agree for that. And I know all the trucks they are moving in this country belong to the independent marketer. Anybody who has a filling station, we have so many marketers here, and they have the trucks. So they are lifting the product under the PPMC and the refinery directory. At least sometimes they are lifting 3 million liter, 4 million liter from the PPMC and the KRPC. So I want to clarify from the NATO, that product they are lifting, where are they taking to? Do you have the station, their own station, where they are taking their products? And they are lifting all that product, Kaduna, especially Kaduna and Lagos. So what of the other part of the country, if they say that product is using for their own truck? I want to know the stations they are taking that product, and here the marketers, those who have a truck, they are witnessing if that product is discharging to the station and selling as an official price. This question direct to the NATO. I need that answer. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, distinguished Honorable Vice Chairman. My distinguished co-chair and brother, veteran in the industry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, most distinguished Chairman, Senators, and honorable colleagues. Question I'm going to ask, I wanted to answer it because one of the reasons that the honorable, most distinguished Senate President and the Speaker said we should cut short our holiday. The question is, before I left Akure and Ondo, I went around these filling stations where I saw long queues, Bovas and Matrix filling station. They were selling at 143 and 145 respectively. The one I saw just 2 or 3 people, they were selling at 220, 230 or 250. Because we went around, immediately we read there, if I asked them, they said, we are selling at 145. I said, okay, everybody line up. They sell at 145. Once I leave there, my telephone began to ring. Okay, they have started selling again at 220. They have started selling again at 220. So when I asked them, what is your source? Because if you want to tackle this problem, we must tackle it from the root. They mentioned some stations, some depots, including NNPC, Mosimi, and this thing, that they bought it at high price, and yet That's why they are selling at high price. I said, okay, give me those depots so that we can invite those people and also bring you oath against oath. And they say, okay, don't let us do that now. They say, don't let us do that now. They mentioned some depots to me. And in one of the evidence of the Dapman people, they really gave reason why they cannot sell to dealers at the price that NNPC will sell, because they talk about certain other inherent charges. So I want to know, I also know that you cannot control the price of what is scarce. Whatever a product is scarce, you cannot control it. Now my question which I want you to answer. With your knowledge, that's NNPC, Ministry of Petroleum Resources, with your knowledge of what you have now, when will the queue disappear in the hinterlands? We have gone around yesterday, we saw Abuja. Everybody was buying at filling station, at the filling station, 145. Some people say they spend 2 minutes, some say they spend 10 minutes. Where will it be like that in the hinterland, from your knowledge, from what you are pumping? That's one question that you will answer so that Nigerians will know and be able to put their mind down if it is true. The second one is to DPR. DPR, the same thing that happened to me happens to you. Immediately you leave the place, they also revert back to their old high price. Do you have how many filling stations do we have in Nigeria? You will tell us. The one that belong to IPMA, the one that belong to major marketers, and the one they say you should demolish if you have the number or if you know them. So that could be part of what you will send to us, if you don't have it offered now. Then 2, if there are 50,000, do you have 50,000 staff that you will put one in each of the filling stations? Those are my 2 questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, distinguished House Chair. Like he said, the last question, or the second to the last question to DPR, it will form part of what you are going to submit so that we don't take members' precious time. So the other questions can be asked. Next is the Executive Vice Chairman. Yes, over to you, distinguished Senator Philip Aduda, representing the good people of the FCT.
Thank you very much. So much have been said, so many questions have been asked, but however, I had various questions. You can see I have 3-page questions that I would have really want to ask, but I am sure when you are talking about towards the end, you find out that most questions have either been asked or some issues raised from the questions you want to ask. But however, let me go straight to this. Mine is simple. The Honorable Minister did mention that the landing cost for petrol is 171 and then pump price 145. Very simple question. Then we have a differential of 26 naira. So can we effectively say that if government is bearing this cost, that we are paying subsidy or we're subsidizing, or what are we doing? What do, I need to find out. I need you to answer that. I think that's one very simple question, so that we know whether there's a subsidy regime in place or not. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, distinguished Vice Chairman. The Vice Chairman is a very powerful member. He belongs to the body of principal officers, and anybody you see here is a chairman courtesy of the very powerful selection committee. So people are very afraid of them, but here he is my vice chairman, so I can deal with him. He went out because he belongs to that executive branch when I ruled that this issue should not be discussed here because it will take us off why we are here. Yes, distinguished Senator Albert asked this question. So we are going to fix time. This committee has the mandate and the right to call and ask what this issue is. We have had it, Nigerians had it. Before they even came here, they said it on the pages of newspaper that this thing is 171, so everybody knows what it means. We are going to set another time to call them and hear from them. So thank you very much for showing your face to the members of FCT. It is a live program. Distinguished Senator Dambaba, you can take the floor, please.
No, Chairman is bigger than that. If we are subsidizing, let us say we are having subsidy so that we know that there's subsidy in place.
No, I rule you out of order, distinguished Senator.
You see, some years
if
ago
you
we talked
continue,
about subsidy.
I'm going to disrupt your sitting in the chamber.
Some years ago we
I'm
talked
going
about
to disrupt
subsidy.
and when you call me to order, I will tell you I won't.
You are alive.
Yes, I'm just telling you. Rule. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My dear colleagues. Most of the questions that I actually want to raise have already partially been dealt with by some of my colleagues. But I want to add that essentially, as we gather ourselves here, every Nigerian knows that nobody will contest the fact that we are not facing problem in the petroleum supply industry. Now, the problem or challenge is enormous. And when we have this kind of problem, it means we have to look into two areas. Either systematic, that means we look at the system, or we have to look into human failures. That is the capacity of those people that are saddled with the responsibility to drive the system. So, Honorable Minister, you have the responsibility of steering the ship in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. So this question goes to you and the GMD. Now, we have to agree to one of these two options. Do we have systematic problem, or is our problem human? Now, if our problem is human, I think by now, because you have capacity, you must have been able to identify the weak points. Because this government is a government of change, which we all came out to tell the Nigerian people that we are going to make sure that we bring about change that will benefit the majority of Nigerians, or all Nigerians. Now, associated with this is the issue of marketers. We know that hitherto, before NNPC took full responsibility for the importation of petroleum, PMS, there were some appointed or licensed marketers. I will recall the other day when we were at the Bila, I was part of the members of the National Assembly that attended that meeting that discussed on the possibility of raising the palm price from from 97 to 145 to a range of between 135 to 145 naira per liter. And what was said that day, the assurance given to us was that once that was done, there was no issue of subsidy. There is no issue of subsidy. But I'm surprised now to hear that some group, call them Ipman or Dapman?
All of them marketers.
Oh, okay. Marketers came up to say that they are being owed about 800 billion. So how could that have been possible? In view of the fact that it was submitted, we were convinced that with the differentials increment of from 97 to that 145, there was going to be no subsidy. And yet now people are coming up with claim to say that there is subsidy. My question again that is related to this has to do with these marketers. These marketers, are they limited? Do you select them? Because what we believe is that we were told that these marketers are selected by whoever, and that instead of NNPC to allow the market, to open up the market so that any other Nigerian or marketer that has capacity and resources can bring in the products, so that because the more you open it to more people, the more you intensify the competition, and I'm sure the less people will pay, because there will be, abundance of the product in the market. Then, sadly, there is this issue of DSDP. Who are these companies, marketers that are involved in the DSDP? In the course of selecting these companies, have you taken into account international domestic differentials? Because, for instance, what I mean is, for instance, in Germany, the pump price of PMS in Germany may be different from what it is in France, and may be different from what it is in Latvia. Have you taken into account the fact that these differentials may have positive impact on how you select the marketers that will be involved in this DSDP, that is direct sales, direct purchase agreement? Because if, for instance, you select marketers that bring in supplies from countries that have higher pump price, it means the landing rate will be astronomical. If you select from a country or from those countries that have relative lower prices, the landing cost will eventually also be affected, because you will pay for, the total cost of its coming to Nigeria will be less. So these are some of the issues that I said need to be addressed by you. Then there is also the issue of diversion. In the document that you circulated to us, you claimed that 4,501 trucks, 4,501 trucks have been diverted. Now, if you take each truck at an average of 40,000 liters, this comes to about 180 million liters. 180 million, going again by your document that is in your website, because I downloaded it from your website. The supplies from September 2016 to October 2017 averaged to about 38,556,170.4 liters, with an aggregation of 501,230,215.16 liters. So if you take cognizance of this 180 million, the 180 million is about 36% of the total supply for that 13-month period. So how could it have been possible for the entire 180 million to be diverted, smuggled out of the country, when the customs authorities and the other agencies that are at our border points have been able to control the smuggling of rice? Truck load of petroleum products are more bulky, more physical than, bags of rice that were to be imported. Now, we don't have, effectively we have been able to control the importation of rice. But how has it been possible that we allow 4,500 trucks of petroleum to be smuggled out? Minister, I will say that your ministry is not doing enough to checkmate this sharp practice, or that probably some people are part of it. Mr. Minister, the DPR also is an agency of your ministry. I was in Gusau, Zamfara State, together with the chairman of this committee, in the person of Senator Kabiru Garba Marafa, and what we have discovered was very, very shocking. The entire Zamfara State DPR has only 3 staff. 3 staff. So how can you imagine 3 staff to control an entire state?
Minister, one of them is even by right to the depot, so they have only.
So they had only. So you see, and you know why I'm asking this question, Honourable Minister. The fact remains that under 2017 budget, the Ministry of Petroleum Resources has had an allocation of 730 million for personnel costs, while the DPR had a colossal sum of 33 billion.
Point of order. Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Somebody is on point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, without even saying, my distinguished brother, your point of order is sustained.
Yes.
Distinguished Senator Mbaba, restrict yourself to the issue of the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And yes, questions, and forget about the chairman's state. I would square up with the director.
Mr. Chairman, I'm keeping within the directives that you have already given. The point that I raised has issues that culminated into the scarcity of the product, because what I am trying to say is that DPR has been given the opportunity to actually recruit enough staff to ensure
just simply put, excuse me please, just simply put, tell DPR that you are understaffed. So what are you doing? But these people are tired, and we have to be fair to them. Your question is quite relevant. I agree with you. And added to even that, I must tell members why I even give him the little latitude to do this. I told you he's the vice chairman of the Committee on Information. He got NTA to give us extra time, so I'm just bribing him away. I hope yes, that's the only thing why, yes, I would have stopped him long time ago, yes.
Yes, okay, it's all right. Since the chair wants me to stop here, I rest my case.
Thank you very much, distinguished Senator Ibrahim Dambaba, the only senator that escorted the chairman to do oversight in his own home state. I thank you so much. Mr. Ogola Poster spoke about the people of the Riverine area. I hope the next senator will not talk about Fulanis and why there is no bridging in the mountains and everything. Distinguished Senator Yusuf from Taraba, looking at him, I don't need to tell you, he is pure Fulani. I am Hausa Fulani. This one is pure Fulani. When you see them like na Fulani. So please, we are discussing fuel scarcity today. And yes, he is, he is a herdsman, but not the one that kill houses. Yes, this one is harmless. So distinguished senator, restrict yourself to the fuel crisis at hand. Don't talk about bridging on the Mambila, because we cannot climb there to take fuel to that. Thank you so much, distinguished Senator Yusuf.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I'm a headman, no doubt about it, but we are talking about petrol today. You know, we are used to bush trucks, so we don't use much of the petrol that you are worried about. However, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. First of all, I want to refer to page 2 of the NNPC document. Root causes of PMS scarcity, insinuation of supply gap. Because what NNPC is saying, it is only an insinuation. There is no supply gap at all. This is my understanding. But the crisis arose as a result of massive diversion, hoarding, panic buying, smuggling, coupled with information about this and that and that. Now, I want to ask, when did the crisis actually begin? That's question number 1. And it referred to, there was 1.9 billion liters as reported by triple PRA before the beginning of the crisis, which will last 53 days. And by simple calculation, it comes to about 36 million barrels, 36 million liters per day. Now, I want to relate it to page 18, point number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, NNPC to import additional PMS cargoes.
Page 16.
Yes. Have you seen it?
Page 16.
Yes. NNPC to import additional PMS cargoes between January and March 2018 to flush the system as well as beef off the strategic reserves depleted by the action of diversions, smugglers, orders, etc. Now my question is, do we really have statistics or estimates as to what is the level of our national demand per month? Do we really have it? And secondly, what is the capacity of our strategic reserves, if we do? And then what is the minimum order level based on the strategic reserves and the demand and the supply that we have? And then maybe this question will go to the DAPMAN people. What is the national storage capacity of PMS that we have in the country? So just quickly, because my questions are very short and fast. Now, how much crude oil is actually allocated for domestic refining, and how much of it is used for swap of imported products?
No swiping now.
So if there's no swiping, how are they paying for the import? Yes. What are they, whether it's there or not, there is this aspect of it. Now, then my last question, which is on quickly. Now, the 1.9 billion liters, was there any liability outstanding for payment by NNPC to whether how it is financed? So, because if there's liability, there might be some hicks somewhere as to, well, if you don't pay, we might not be able to do this supply for those 109 billion liters. And finally, sir, really, from the bottom of our hearts, I am not accusing anybody of anything. Do we really, from the bottom of our hearts, as Nigerians, we want to solve the problem of this country? Do we really clearly had 1.9 billion liters in storage as reported by PPPRA, or it is just in paper. Please and please let us be honest with ourselves. I'm imagining 1.9 billion liters. You know, please let us be fair to one another and find out really, PPPRA, are they here? PPPRA. Now, it is your own statistics. The 1.9 billion is your statistics. Before the crisis started, maybe 1st of December, maybe 10th of December, maybe, I don't know, you had in storage 1.9 billion liters. I want a confirmation and documentary evidence that you really have this before the crisis started. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, my distinguished Agway. Next on the line is the GMD's senator. Yes, he is the senator representing the GMD. So I would not be surprised if he just says thank you so much and God bless you. Distinguished Senator Isa Hamma, but maybe the police and him will not allow him to do so. But I'm pleading with you to just look at the GMD, look at the time they have stayed here, and know that he is your constituent. The more you stop him here, the more we are going to hammer him. Thank you very much, Isa Hamma. You have the floor, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, my distinguished colleagues. Mine is just a very simple question. Maybe going by previous administrations, we have seen the kind of relationship between the presidency, maybe the Minister of Petroleum, the GMD, and the presidency or the president. I just want to ask, what is the president is the Minister of the Petroleum. That means you are the state minister. That means there are so many decisions that you cannot take without consulting the president. Do you regularly see the president one-on-one without passing through somebody? Because there is sometimes we see on the social media, even during this crisis, we saw that on the social media they said the State Minister of Petroleum Resources had written a memo to the president to double supply, but the memo got somewhere and even the president did not even see the memo. And I understand since the president, you are seeing him on two capacities. It's your president and it's your minister. Do you see him regularly, one-on-one, to discuss some of these things? Because you are manning a critical industry. So I want you to tell us, do you see him regularly, one-on-one, so that you discuss about this kind of problems when are about to happen, or you don't, or you must pass through somebody, or even your memo must pass through somebody to take decision before you can even do what you want to do? Because I'm going by previous administration, the kind of relationship I see between the president and the petroleum ministry because of the importance of the industry. Then the second one, the consumption of these petroleum products state by state. Have you sat down to see the consumption? Because yesterday we went around the filling stations in Abuja. You can see maybe a filling station, they will have like 6 trucks waiting, and they have so many maybe even selling. But here in Kaduna, you find out that there is no fuel at all. So what will stop the ones from Abuja, since they have about maybe some filling stations have about 5 trucks, why won't you take about 2 trucks from the one from Abuja and even give it to Kaduna, since Kaduna is just 2 hours? So I want to know what is the reason why you don't do that. Is it you don't determine the consumption state by state? Then another one is this bank cash, where marketers pay cash for products. Sometimes they will pay it, it will stay for 6 months without getting the product. Why do you collect cash instead of bank draft? Why can't you, bank guarantee? Why can't you collect bank guarantee instead of cash? Because the moment they give cash, bank will start putting interest. Therefore, if they stay for like 6 months without getting the product, they are at a loss already. So, and the last question I want to ask is this about issue of, we know that Nigeria, we don't refine the products, or we don't even refine the product to the capacity where everybody, or we can get this product. And in the international market, you know that these prices are fluctuating. Why can't you do like you are getting your supply, maybe for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, so that at a time when the price is low, you have already keyed in your own supply, so that at least even if the prices of these products go up, at least you can maintain it for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. I think there's a name they call it, whether hedging or something, so that you can key in the price, at least for the next 3 years, 4 years, this you can be getting your supply without any change in price. Why don't you do that kind of method? So I think these are simple questions that I need.
Thank you very much, distinguished Senator Isa Hamma. But before I yield the floor to the next speaker, when you are answering the question, Honorable Minister, you discount the aspect of whether you see the president regularly or you don't. That is your internal affairs. But instead answer whether there was a memo emanating from your office to the effect that the country should double its supply, and the memo was blocked. If there is any such blockade, the National Assembly and the people needs to know. But whether you see the president or you don't see the president, I think it is your affair, you and the president. Thank you so much. But that is Isa Hamma for you. Yes. Next is next on the line is Honorable Mike Adeneyi, our colleague and a member from the House of Representatives. Honorable, you have the floor.
Chairman, we should have put that your decision to a vote.
Thank you. No, I don't need vote. It is dilatory. It doesn't have anything to do with this sitting. Yes, it's personal between him and the president.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and my distinguished colleagues. Mr. Chairman, my questions are very straightforward, and I'm going to take my questions from the submission of the Honorable Minister and the Group Managing Director. Number one, highly disheartening as the representative of the people to hear NNPC tell us that one of the reasons for this crisis is rumor. It's rumor on social media. And one will begin to think whether there are failure of internal systems and machineries of NNPC. I know that the NNPC has a very strong and varied public relations department. To hear this, the president of Nigeria take cognizance of the social media, hence senior special assistants and the rest for this department. Is that NNPC telling us that there is a breakdown in their public relations department? It's disheartening to hear that. Number two, one of my colleagues has raised this issue, but I want to raise it from another angle. 4,501 trucks unaccounted for. It is enough fact as a member of this committee that we have what is known as the Aquila tracking system. And a lot of money was invested on this. Does it mean that was also a wasted investment? What is the role of the Aquila radar system in monitoring the trucks in this country? That 4,501 trucks as submitted by the GMD is unaccounted for within this crisis period. This committee will want to know, Nigerians would like to know. Number three, highly disheartening, Mr. Chairman, if I heard the Chief Operating Officer of the refinery very clearly, he spoke about the refined product and that sometimes they have shortage of crude to be processed by our local refineries. This becomes more frightening to even say when we have the modular refineries functioning or even having the mega one by Dangote functioning. How are we sure that we are going to have supply of crude if we cannot have in the underutilized ones that we have now? Mr. Chairman, it's frightening and very, very frightful. Number four, Mr. Chairman, I want to know what is the condition of our pipelines today? Are we, even when we have the modular refineries in place, when we have Dangote in place, are we still going to be using the trucking system on the road? What is actually the condition of our pipeline today? Our pipelines today. Mr. Chairman, finally, I'm aware that our independent marketers deposit funds. They will be with them for 2-3 months, sometimes not receiving. And I'm also aware that these independent marketers are the local people, our Nigerian businessmen. I'm also aware, Mr. Chairman, that the major marketers are not made to go through this type of system. They are giving guarantees, I think they are giving credit facilities. Why the differential treatment between our local businessmen and the international and the major marketers? And you see, and the major marketers, most of these are multinational companies. I know what I'm talking about. They are multinational. So, Mr. Chairman, what is the difference? Why our people, our local businessmen are being treated in this manner? Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Honorable for being very precise and short. Next is another senator from Taraba State, but this time around, it's not a Fulani herdsman. Yes, this one maybe is TV Fulani or whatever, like I'm House Fulani. Distinguished Senator Shaibu Lau, are you the latest senator in the Senate or in the chamber? I think there is another one that came after you, so you are not the youngest today. Distinguished Senator, you have the floor, please. It's right behind me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question goes to NNPC. As we are aware, NNPC has been deploying their know-how over the years towards solving the problem of importation, which is also associated with forex capital flight, subsidy and associated scam, frequent scarcity of products, just to mention but a few, knowing fully that the solution lies in refining locally. Why can't you for once deploy a little of your know-how to our refineries with a view to bringing them to appreciable production level, and also towards how to have a new mega refineries, which is the only foreseeable solution? The next question is, what is the cost of refining in Nigeria compared to the cost in other places? Is the cost of refining higher in Nigeria, and as such preventing you from competing with your peers in other parts of the world? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, distinguished Senator Shaibu Lau. Because of time constraints, I would add my own few questions that are very, very few, and I will advise that maybe where the answers, maybe you would provide bulky or whatever, we can permit you to make a submission in writing, whoever is asked to the Secretariat, but that is not to say that the questions will be brushed aside. You can say something and expatiate on your distance. I have just 3 questions. One to the GMD. You talked about some marketers that renege in their contract term, that is the DSDP, that refused to take the October cargo. Precisely. To me, that is a breach of contract. I don't know what the DSDP contract contains, but we need to know the names of those companies, because you cannot do business just on the sunny side of life. In the beginning, they were making profit, so they were taking the cargoes. And when it comes to October, when their own brothers and sisters needed them most, but they prefer to be on the side of money, so they decided not to take the cargoes, punishing Nigerians, punishing everybody. We need to know their names, and you need to say it here. And this committee will recommend very, very steep penalties against them when we make our recommendation to the Senate. Number 2, I asked how many cargoes do you make of DSDP? This you can answer later, or you can give submission. And I was told 30 cargoes of 37 empty, minimum per month.
And when I made a simple arithmetic, this comes to about 1.489 billion liters per month. And that is equivalent to about 37 days supply at 40 million liters per day. That is what we are receiving. Now, I am confused. I will want to borrow the words of my brother here. Let us be honest and sincere to all ourselves. This country belongs to all of us, and the people suffering are our brothers and sisters. Now, the other marketers all combined told us and told the Nigerians that, yes, they cannot import, they cannot do this, with very, very much due respect to all of them. The assertion is wrong. It's not correct. Figures before us showed that you have collected a sum of $3.3 almost billion from NNPC or CBN at controlled rate between June 2016 to August 2017. That is when you stopped importation, up to 2017. Now, this 3.3 billion, when converted into Naira, will give you almost 1 trillion Naira. Now, if you convert it, now you had 6 months in 2016. You had 8 months in 2017. Now, this means even at your, what do you call it, at 145, that is assuming that is what you are going to import, that would have translated to 6.8 billion liters you are supposed to import. And this would have translated for a supply of about 189 days at 40 million liters per day. Now, if you take only the 2017 element of it, now you divide it by that, you will find out that you have supplied fuel in 2017 at 40 million liters per day for 108 days from the forex you have collected. Yes, this forex belongs to all Nigerians. Now, we agree you are businessmen and you are into business for profit. That is all right. But I think, like I said, you cannot just be doing business at the sunny side. And even if you are doing it, you should have the destiny to tell the truth. We have collected monies. You have collected these monies. We have the documents here. This is that with the names of all the marketers and how much they have collected in dollars from CBN. And like I said, that amounted to 108 days in 2017. Now add it up to what DSDP is producing. Supply of 37 days in every month at 30 days cargo at 40 million liters per day plus 108. Now, where is the gap coming from? Who is drinking this fuel? You brought 108 days. They are bringing 37 days in 1 month. So there is extra 777 days times 12. That is supposed to even come. So if you add the 77 days plus your 108 days, it's supposed to take care of December and all the ember month. So who is drinking this fuel? We need to ask ourselves this question, because this thing is a very serious matter. I rest my case on this, and except for the first question of the marketers, this we can discuss at a later time. The committee will talk about it, and if you have submissions to make, I want you to make it. Unless if Dapman, Moman, and all the other marketers want to dispute that they didn't collect this money, that one they have a right, because they are accused maybe in public. We have the figures here. That is what NNPC gave us, rather CBN. Yes, this is what you have collected at 305. We are not saying you collected free of charge. No, they pay the Naira equivalent, but at 305. Yes, this is it. We have it. If you have this thing you can dispute, then we can meet and argue it out together. And when you take 14 months, 6 months in 2016, 8 months, because it says foreign and exchange intervention to oil marketers, June 29th, 2016 to August 21st, 2017. This is what we are given. And all these are your numbers. So you are supposed to have produced 107 supply at 107 days, at 40 million liters per day, 40 million liters per day. So, and what NNPC is importing is supposed to be enough, covered. Nigeria is supposed to be covered. No loopholes anywhere. All you said is 35 million liters. Our computation here is based on 40 million liters per day, and it's 37 days supply. Even if the cargoes are just 37 empty for 30 days. So where is this problem coming from? Who is drinking this fuel? Who is pouring it away? Which river is it flowing? So that Nigerians can go and fetch it. I thank you so much. You answer the questions. Then after it, my distinguished colleagues will do the vote of thanks. Yes, and we round up this sitting. I thank you so much.
Before then, Moses Kivili Chairman, even the 40 million per day you're talking about, is under 40 million per through from the NNPC import. So it cannot be, that's about 80 million liters a day. If they have to, I think it's a complementary thing. They are supposed to supply a part of it, and NNPC supply a part. So if it is 40 million, it means that we cover up to that December without shortfall. Yes. In any case, the moment Adapma people will need to explain their own part of the foreign exchange they have collected, what they have been able to do to it in terms of importation of product, and the NNPC too, we account for it because Nigerian is the one that is suffering this gap. Thank you.
Yes, you have the floor. People can minister GMD in order. So I'm sure you have each have taken his own side of the question, so you respond appropriately.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The questions that have been asked here, I have grouped. Some fall under administrative. The first capacity falls under administrative. Second one goes to root causes. The third one, which is the C element, goes to refinery issues. The D element goes to logistics and environment. Then the E areas goes to specific demand for statistical data. And so I will take some of them. Are we asked to leave? All right. I will take as much as I can, and the ones that I need NNPC or DPR to do, I will. There's a simple reason being that the questions are so many, so we want to have some order around it. I'll start with the one that deals with administrative, and the question is about a memo that I was supposed to have written to the President, warning him about potential fuel scarcity. That memo was said to have been done in October. I have gone on record the 20th of December to say that no such memo existed. I never sent a memo to the President on this issue, and so the closest identification of that is fake news. Nothing like that happened, and I've denied that in the press. So we can drop that. The other issue is about DPR staffing and why they have only about 3 staff, for example, in a state where they're supposed to be supervising. DPR has asked for expansion of its staff, and approval has been gotten from other agencies. They're doing a recruitment process now because they're terribly understaffed. There are about 7,000 to 8,000 filling stations in this country. For you to be able to monitor that, you need personnel. In an era of cost cutting, we had sort of, quite frankly, held them back for nearly 2 years from hiring. They are now in the process of trying to expand on their staffing to help. But even when they do, they're looking to hire about 400 staff in the first instance, under 400 sometime later this year. 800 is not going to do it. And DPR wasn't set up as a policing intervention agency. It was simply meant to drive the policies, drive the regulation, and then work with the security agencies, the police, the paramilitary, the civil defense, to try to police. So I think much more than just an influx of personnel, which has its own recurrent expenditure, which we can't afford in this era. We'll be looking to see how they work much more collaboratively with the security agencies. Like somebody rightly said, there is absolutely no reason why we can't police the border towns if in fact products are going out. And we need to do a bit more of that. We've had help from agencies, but I think we need to have more. We need to have a lot more integrated structure. But the solution to the problem isn't how many man hours we throw at it. It is technology. Until we get to tracking the trucks and getting the depot owners and the major players responsible for each truck that they load from their outlets until the point of discharge and sales, it will not stop. It doesn't matter how much personnel we throw at this. There are opportunity costs in how much personnel you put into a problem. The more you put into tracking fuel, the less you're going to put on Boko Haram. So we've got to be careful that we're bringing the right solutions to this. On the issue, on the area of root causes, you asked a very nice question, which was, what really is the root cause of all this problem? You said, is it a human problem or is it a systematic problem? I think there is obviously a system issue. System in the sense that it is a huge, somebody mentioned that NNPC is carrying a very huge responsibility, and this is only a small fraction of the work that they do. And although we beat them up a little bit when these sort of things happen, but the reality is that a greater number of their personnel are quite frankly involved in producing close to 2 million barrels of oil in this country, in monitoring upstream companies, in looking at gas pipelines. It's a huge, huge umbrella. And so sometimes the system gives, no serious nation, to be very honest, is going to spend all its time tracking how many liters of products is going to be policed by one national agency. No, that's what the private sector is for. And we're going to have to work hard to move the diagram, quite frankly, towards the private sector and get them to do what they were set up naturally to do. Because once they do that, they relieve NNPC of the sort of burdens that they are carrying, and they can focus on the areas that generate a lot more resources for this country. And that's what it is. So it is not human. I supervised NNPC as GMD before I became both when I was appointed Minister of State and later on when I began to hold that authority separately. I didn't think my problem in NNPC was one of capacity. There were lots of people with very substantially high level capacity, comparable to any in the industry, and I worked in private industry for about 30 years. So it is not human. On the contrary, I think that they carry burdens that do not align with logic and international norms. That's the problem. And until you begin to move, quite frankly, to the equilibrium of business ethics and what we do and how businesses are structured, you're going to continue to have this problem. So I think my key problem and my key work will be to continue to work with all of them, not just NNPC, with DPR, with everybody, to see how we begin to constantly migrate out from what has been the established 3 to 4 decades of business models which no longer work all over the world. And once we can do that, we're going to find that things begin to improve. Some of the restructuring that we did was on the basis of that. A lot of, like, you hear titles here being called Chief Operating Officer. You're seeing less of GEDs. You're seeing more of Chief Operating Officer. It's for a purpose. It's for people with capacity to take responsibility for the division that they control. And I think that is yielding a lot more fruit. We just need to continue to drive that philosophy. Give us more time. Some of the things you're looking at today, including the 800 billion in subsidy that we're talking about, happened before we came. Some of that has been paid. So we're working as hard as we can to clean the urges of the past and put a process that will work for the future. It takes a bit of time. Sometimes we get it a little bit wrong. But I pray Nigerians won't beat us up too much. Let's continue to work at it. There's an intent to try and deliver on that. You talked to the GSDP, whether all Nigerians are free. In fact, when we put the GSDP program together, we opened it up to all Nigerians. In fact, if you remember in that meeting we attended, one of the basis of conviction was that every Nigerian was now allowed to run the business. And I have always said the problem hasn't been NNPC saying you shouldn't run the business. The problem has been until you solve the systemic pricing issue and the other issues we set up today, the business, people will not participate in the business. And I think my responsibility and my principal's responsibility is to see how we can create that enabling environment that people can go back to their business. The DSDP companies are chosen by virtue of bids. There's a very transparent bid process that goes through. They're chosen, there's a huge selection that goes on. So there isn't a selection process. Obviously, indices for selection in bids or participation in bids will deal with your experience, your financial capacity, whether you've done it in the past, whether you've delivered. And now today, I would imagine that as part of the process that we're looking at in reviewing what has happened in December, your ability to carry through on your contract, because if you didn't, your ability to participate next time is going to be impaired. So those indices are the things that they develop as models proposed for the bidding process. The next set of issues go to logistics. Aquila, a question was asked on Aquila. Yes, Aquila is meant to track products. So far, we have near 100% success in tracking products from the point of loading to the point of discharge depot. The problem begins from the point of discharge depot, because thereafter we lose it. And one of the things Aquila 2 was then supposed to do is to address that specific issue. Aquila 2 has been a bit on the slow side, and I've asked the PEF to quicken that process. It's an absolute must for us to do that in a matter of months. Because once we do that, then you can track those products all the way to the point of discharge. Collaborative with this, I've also instructed that the truck owners must, as a matter of rule, now begin to install trackers. And I'm going to work with NNPC, PPRA, and the rest of the entities to set a timeline of not more than 90 days, within which we begin to migrate our truckers that are unable to, quite frankly, fit in tracking devices. Because once you do that, then the job of the security personnel are reduced. People can take responsibility for where products go. So we'll be working on this and hopefully working very heavily with NATO and PTD to try and put this together. Diversions, we've talked of various numbers. We need to reconcile those numbers. The numbers that I get from PPPRA on diversions is more like 18 trucks in December, not 4,000 trucks. Now, there might be an information, information management issue, because like one of the active individuals said, sometimes when we're in a hurry, because of the situation, we let truckers move quickly to go discharge. Maybe we're not tracking all of them. Sometimes, depending on what day is your cutoff day, you find that some of the ones you thought were diverted finally show up for discharge. So there's got to be a need for a reconciliation issue, but I would hate to think that 4,000 trucks actually left this country. It is absolutely impossible. My numbers in PPRA and PEF are not supporting those. So it depends on what dates NNPC use versus what dates those individuals use. But was there diversion? Definitely there was. I think that you may well find that there's more internal diversion than external diversion. Internal diversion in the sense that marketers who collect products decide not to go to areas where they know they will be compelled to sell at official prices, and take them to areas where they have a lot more laxity of enforcement and where they can sell at higher prices. And that will explain why you find robust provisions in areas like the East, some parts of the North, where people are buying products at very exorbitant prices, but the products are there. But then you look on the other side of the lane. I mean, I went to Asaba during this period as part of my monitoring, and one of the things I saw was across the road you would have somewhere where somebody is selling 145, and there's a huge long queue. And across the road you find somewhere somebody is selling 300, and there's no queue. Which means that one, there's a product, but it's the discipline of the management of the product then becomes a fundamental issue. And on one occasion, just like the rules that we put in place, I had to make them stay there for 1 hour while they sold all the products for free. So we need to begin to enforce a lot more and set core examples to those who do this stuff so they realize there's a zero tolerance factor for this. Local versus major marketers in terms of preferential treatment on pricing and credit terms. Yes, I think that certainly when I was there, and I imagine that Barrow can speak for himself, but I imagine that is the same thing that he's experiencing. There had been histories of local players who just never kept to credit terms. And that became a major issue, whereas you could hold, because an upstream company is active, if they played with you on the downstream sector, you could squeeze them on the upstream sector and get your money. So that was part of the reasons why you were a bit careful in terms of who you advance credits to. But I think we're going to have to meet. There's a need to ensure that Nigerians are getting a level playing field on this issue within the constraints of NNPC. I think the more fundamental thing for NNPC really is the amount of credit line they can give. It's a huge cash flow issue in a time when you must meet all your FAC payments. So even their capacity to grant a credit is not there. And quite frankly, the right business model is not a credit-based business. We've got to looking for how you free the sector so people can find their money and do their business, or not do the business if they do not have the capacity. But to think that NNPC is going to become the banking center for the oil industry is absolutely going to cripple the industry and cripple NNPC very quickly. So we will have to see how we match parity of treatment without overextending the obligations on NNPC in terms of credit delivery. We've talked about refineries, and I think the core question on refinery by a distinguished lady senator was, if you set up all these refineries and modular refineries and you can't even deal with provision of crude to them, what's going to happen? We're looking at that. Certainly, we're encouraging those who set up refineries to look not just to Nigeria, but also external. And the reality is that most of the places we buy refined products from, some don't produce crude, but they have very functional, efficient refineries. And so the reason why people send crude them is that they're very efficient refiners. You must be an efficient refiner so you can attract crude from any part of Africa nearby to help your crude. But obviously, to the extent that we can refine a near 100% capacity of what we produce, ultimately down the line, that's the right model. Right model isn't to ship out even one drop of crude, on a crude form. So we're going to be working on trying to assist these individuals to do this. The refinery, those are refinery questions. The statistical questions I will let NNPC handle because that deals with the importation of cargo and national demand and strategic reserve and all that. What I can say is that on strategic reserve, part of the analysis that we're doing today is to see how we can emplate an obligatory strategic reserve position for every importer. So that once we get the rules cleaned out, everybody must import plus a 10, 15, or 20% strategic reserve obligation. In which case, no matter what happens, it's not just an NPC that is scurrying around looking for fuel in difficult times, but everybody has a reserve that we can go to. It will cost money. We need to find how to inflate that money. So that's one of the things that we're doing. I can't think of anything else that, on a general level, we have not addressed. So I'll pass this on to NNPC to deal with the issue of statistics, what were importation of extra cargoes, national demand. But again, if these data are not handy here, we can provide them to you and supply them to you later. Because some of them.
Honorable Minister, there's a follow-up to what the question you just, the answer you gave here now.
Okay.
You see, in the East, like you said here, we have parallel markets. You go to an NNPC filling station, they are selling 145. People, the queue, you see up to 1,000 or 5,000. And in the other, you see about people coming and picking and going. It's as a result that the Easterners have surrendered, that nobody is talking about them. All the depots in the East are not working. You know, nobody, all the noise the marketers have been making, the government have been making, nobody is bothered about the East. So the Easterners, in order just to keep doing business, have just surrendered. It's just like a lady who is overpowered, you know, by people who want to rape her.
Yes.
What he has to do is to just ask them to calm down and enjoy the distance so that they instead of being wounded in the process. The Easterners have just succumbed.
Just like the Niger Delta.
We have succumbed. We have nothing. Nobody is thinking about the product supply to the Easterners.
Well,
so we're aware of the opinion that in this issue, handling this issue generally, that this should be a bad example. Nobody should be using it as example. Because we are not just doing it because we like it. We are doing it that we don't have any option. That's just what you have to say, please.
It's not.
Because it's very important.
It's not only in the east.
Yes.
In part of the north too. We say, you know, even in my intervention, I said where they sell at 145, the queue can be as long as 1 or 2 kilometers. But by the side where exploitation takes place, is very short, it's very cute. It happened in the north. But there was a time, even in the east, that when the whole place was wet, you drive in, I drove to Enugu, I drove by at the filling station. So it is the issue of supply. When all the stations are wet, you know, people can't tie their capital down in the pit for too long.
Yes, distinguished senator, you're absolutely right, both for the East, both for Bayelsa, and in fact, more seriously even, for some core northern states at the deep ends. But the reality is that in 2016, we had Christmas last year. There was no such thing. Everybody bought fuel, irrespective of whether you were in the East. In fact, I got calls from places as far as Abao, Mwahi, and the rest, saying to me that this is the first time that they've been able to buy fuel at the right price during the Christmas period. So we thought that issue had gone. And the whole of, and all through the period of 2016, 2017, until this happened, that was the situation. So once there is enough weightage of areas, you shouldn't have this. The one for Bayelsa, I will need to look into that specifically. We know that there's always the issue of riverine supply. And I was just discussing that with GMD. You know, we need to address some policy issues on PEF to enable a movement of products a lot more flexibly into the riverine areas, not just Bayelsa, some core delta areas also. But more important, the structure that they have in terms of floating storages and floating filling stations, we need to activate that and probably put a little more investment. But at the end of the day, every businessman will go where he can make a return. And we have to drill this business back down to singular entities that have a national coverage. If you have a Total, for instance, how many filling stations does it have? What obligations can you tie as a percentage of the riverine areas to the total mix? What does it need to be able to deliver product at good costs, good returns, run its business models efficiently? Until we move the system to that point, we're going to continue to manage a structure. And that is, I think, what we're going to sit back and work. Clearly, what this says to us as Nigerians. Well, we've just started a committee meeting which took place all through yesterday. We're going to go back as we leave here to continue to finalize. I imagine I would say, I hate to put dates these days because I've been flogged so many times for doing that. But clearly it's so urgent that within the next 1 week we must be getting something to the top executive level approvals to be able to get a sanction to go, inclusive of the outstanding arrears issues that have bedeviled the industry. So we're going to be bringing up memos, and I'm sure, Mr. President, this is as important to him as anything on his table right now. And I would want to believe we'll be able to see him and get all this done and done quickly. So we're working at that. In terms of when somebody's asked question, when is this all going to go away? I don't even think the GMD will want to answer that. I know that we have done a lot. You guys have done a lot in terms of a lot of the core cities. The peripheral areas still are suffering a little bit, but not as bad as it was, say about the 22nd, 23rd. So now the point you make in terms of some of the loadages that are here in Abuja and some of the areas, we're going to begin to move.
To put the mind of Nigeria down, you have to say something.
Yes, no. It's also important for Nigerians that I'm telling them the truth. I swore to an oath. So the reality is we're doing the very best that we can. We're going to get this away as quickly as possible. We've had a 1 week turnaround in solution to some of these problems. So if we work around that efficiently for the month of January, I imagine within the next 2 weeks you see some of these areas taper back. But then, even if we get these things out, unless we deal with the sort of solutions I've told you, which is our long-term emergency solutions that are systemic and continuous, you'll find a replenishment of this same problem. So the issues of payment will have to be done. The issues of pricing will have to be addressed. The issues of logistics. So that's what this committee is doing. And hopefully when we bring a full umbrella of solutions to the Federal Executive Council, we'll get that done quickly and get a solution. So I appeal to Nigerians to be patient. We're on this. We're working night and day. We're very committed to this. A lot of people haven't been able to even go home to see their families over the Christmas period and New Year period. But then we deserve it because there's queue. So give us time. We'll get it solved. Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Chairman, sir. On supply, just an additional clarification because you were talking when I was making my presentation. The baseline for DSDP imports, I said, is on a cargo a day. Is on a cargo a day. That's the baseline planning. So we, at any time NNPC tries to plan, we plan for 100% of Nigeria's demand. However, I made the point that the DSDP scheme allows us to adjust that plan depending on how much product we have inland. Because of the additional costs that NNPC incurs when we have huge inventory. On water, we're paying demurrage. Inland, we're tying down capital, and so on and so forth. So we make adjustments, but we always ensure that a combination of what we have inland and what we have on the waters more than meets the demand levels. So that's the additional clarification I wanted to make. How? Yes, sir. Yeah. I think the Honorable Minister had dealt with had dealt with most of them. Okay, there's one on Ipman, the one you asked on allocation. The relationship between PPMC and Ipman members, because of the BPA, is based on the BPA, which is the bulk purchase agreement. And the bulk purchase agreement is between PPMC and individual companies. It's not between PPMC and Ipman as an association. because of the legal requirements of that contract. Therefore, that forms the basis of how we then do business with members of the association. So it's not, we don't engage or interact with IPMAN on the level of, in terms of the operations at the depots and the allocations of product, we don't do it on the basis of associations. Even for MOMAN, even though you hear MOMAN all the time, the relationship between PPMC and MOMAN members is based on individual contracts, because there are times when we suspend supplies to some members of MOMAN, but we continue to supply those who still qualify or who still meet the requirements for that relationship. Sorry. In terms of, yes, the other question was on what is NNPC doing to unite them. We had a meeting in the Honorable Minister's office yesterday. IPMAN was there. The chairman BOT, the Board of Trustees of IPMAN, represented IPMAN at that meeting. And the Honorable Minister directed, he gave them 3 months within which to resolve their issues. But NNPC has been involved in the reconciliation efforts, which were being led by the DGSS. There's been ongoing negotiations, discussions, reconciliation meetings trying to resolve this leadership issue. We have been actively involved because we also recognize that it's in the interest of the industry for us to have a united IPMAN. Because in terms of engagement for administrative, overboard, non-operational issues, it's important that we have a single body that each time we engage and agree on decisions, they go out and implement, just like we do with DAPMA and MOMAN. Sorry? I think the Honourable Minister dealt with the issue around credit. Yes, he did. He spoke on credit.
John, interjection, please. How do you come to owe private citizens or businessmen 800 billion? And then how are you, or why are you also not doing the TSA in a way that PEF will have their funds? You are owing them also operationally by making them not to do their prior regimentation. Now that you are on the floor, it's good to clear that.
Sorry, before you answer GED. Sorry, my distinguished colleague, the issue of how much marketers are owing government or something, I don't think is part of this briefings. I'm quite aware, I'm in touch with them. I know the basis and the foundations. It is not a straight talk, and they have said it, they are here. It is monies that they collected from banks and the interest rate and so on and so forth that has accumulated to this thing. So we sympathize with them and we are working with them seriously to make sure that they are paid. The most important thing is their payment is not with us. So I don't think it is for the GED, this one to answer now. You continue with the questions asked by members and distinguished senators so that we can round up and go.
There was a question on one of the remote causes of the fuel scarcity. In the GMD's presentation, we had listed rumors on the price hike as one, and one of the honorable members asked, why did we not react? The truth is NNPC did react, and we reacted on multiple platforms. So we did TV, we went to radio, we even went to social media. So we triggered off counter-argument because we put the facts in the public space. So we did react, but social media has a mind of its own. The efforts helped initially because we cleared up the queues within a week, and then when the discussions or the announcement on the Pegasan strike came on, the second round of panic buying started, and that's the one that we're still fighting as we speak. Yeah. There was a question on the condition of our pipelines. We've made significant progress on rehabilitating our pipelines. I think under the directives of the GMD, we have invested in replacing sections of our pipelines that had over the years, because of the lack of protection in terms of the operational cathodic protection and so on, and the levels or the extent of vandalism had meant that those sections had deteriorated and constantly ruptured in the course of our operation. So we embarked on a massive sectional replacement of several of those pipelines. So as we speak, we use a lot of our pipelines to move product, out of Port Harcourt refinery. We're moving product using pipelines out of Kaduna refinery when it's operational. We're moving product. Our system 2B, which carries the highest throughput, we've restored it, we use it. We've deployed technology on some of those pipelines. So in some cases, we've buried them as deep as 50 meters for sections of the pipelines that have been constantly, or what we call high flash points, where communities regularly or these bad eggs constantly attack them. So in terms of the plan going forward, as we speak now, we're hydro testing the line all the way to Enugu. Enugu, we're working very hard to ensure that we restore Enugu Depot. Enugu Depot is the second largest NNPC storage.
You give a time. Can you give this in time frame?
We'll do it within the first quarter. I say we're hydro testing.
First quarter of this year.
Yes. So we're hydro testing. Hydro testing is the last stage of commissioning arrangement. So we'll get there very soon. So, and we have other plans for the rest of the network.
We have heard that story too long a time. We have heard time and time over again, hydro testing, since 2-3 years running now. So Senator, that's why we say we have surrendered.
We have just surrendered. One last, Senator.
Well,
let me just also add.
The rape can continue.
Yeah. Let me add that Aba Depot hadn't been in operation for a number of years. We put Aba Depot back into use. As we speak now, we're moving product. We're moving product from Port Harcourt to Aba constantly, and we're loading from Aba to markets within the east.
So it's not working, or it's not working.
Or it's not working, but we're working on the Mosimi or pipeline. That's one of our next stage planning. I come from the east, so I also have a personal interest in restoring supplies. No, I work for the nation, but the east is part of the nation, so we're committed in restoring our pipelines around the country, because we know that ultimately, if we had our pipelines working, we would use our depots and would almost eliminate scarcity, because then we can move the product inland, move it closer to the market. The truckers will just move from our depots to the service stations, which is a shorter distance than the extensive logistics nightmare we go through. Nigeria has one of the most complicated distribution systems in the world because of the amount of demand for fuel in our country and the expanse of land that we have to cover. You can't supply a country like this with trucking. So we commend the PT drivers, we commend NATO. They've done outstanding work in supporting this market over the years. But at this stage, because our demand is becoming more sophisticated, we're looking ahead as NNPC. 2050, they say Nigeria, World Bank says, well, population will double. There's no way we can continue to move fuel by trucks between now and 2050. That's why we're investing in restoring our pipelines. Thank you, sir.
Only on that, first quarter.
Thank you very much. Before I yield the floor to my distinguished brother for vote of thanks, let me quickly say this. The Secretariat should note we should invite NPA during the course of this hearing. We have heard why people are getting it very difficult and why these products are becoming more expensive because they pay charges in dollars. This product is sold in Naira. So we need to invite NPA next week or before the 16th, before we pass our report on why I'm coming. NPA, we need to invite customs to come and tell us how our borders looks like, because it appears that they are only interested in maybe blocking rice and so on and so forth. Yes, this is a major revenue drain. So we are inviting custom too. We invite NIMASA to tell us why these charges should be paid in dollars, and even in fact, why can't they forgo all these charges in national interest? Because petroleum product supply distribution is closely attached to national security of internal security of the country. So I don't know why these charges should be transferred to ordinary Nigerians, because it's not going to government. If they want to charge the government agencies, let them charge government, but we cannot be transferring this thing. We should also invite PEP. PEP should come and tell us why their own element of the cost should be added to Nigerians. What we see is just proliferation of filling stations all over the place, and these filling stations are the ones responsible for all this racketeering and the profiteering. So PEP should also appear to tell us why they should continue to even exist, why their monies cannot be transferred, for instance, to building railway lines to alleviate the sufferings of our roads and so on and so forth. Then the issue of multiple taxation, I don't know where to actually anchor it. Maybe we need to liaise with the Committee on States and Local Governments to see if there is a way, like one of the presenters says, that we can have one taxation and all the states can have a basket where all the monies will accrue and they now share their thing. But a situation whereby a trailer that loads from Lagos to Sokoto or to Meduguri or to Yanagua or to Enugu would pay at each point of the state, we would have to pay something. It is also adding to the burden of the common man, and I think this is not acceptable. So we take all these charges and see, because from the submission of the minister, even at today, the price, landing cost is about 150, 144 in fact. But because of these charges, the product gets to about 171, and by the time it gets to the station, it is 185 naira. So I don't think we are being fair to the people. This is a government that was brought by the people. We would not allow the Adudas, the Utazis, and the Albert and so on to take us back to where we were. We are coming back in 2019, God willing. We are going to continue from where we stopped. And the president is going to claim this. I thank you so much, my honorable brother. Even though you are a member.
Call the voter.
Yesterday you have told me that you've repented. It's just your left leg that is left. So please, can you give the votes of thanks? Thank you so much.
Most distinguished chairman, you are sharing the honestness on political ground. But we cannot disagree here because we are for national interest. We are not here, we are not, even though we are in different political parties, but we have Nigeria as our constituency. Well, Mr. Chairman, before the vote of thanks, I think one of the relevant agencies that we have to include in the invitation is PPPRA.
Okay.
Yeah, PPPRA has the template. So if they have prescribed the dollar for MPA, then we'll see from their template. So PPPRA, you'll be invited for that. Having said that, most distinguished chairman, distinguished senators, my deputy members, House of Representatives, the Honorable Minister of State, Petroleum Resources, the Group Managing Director of NNPC and his team, the MOMAN, the DAPMAN, the IPMAN, the NATO, the PTD, all invited guests, we want to thank you for coming. We thank especially their excellencies, Senator Bukola Saraki and Right Honorable Yakubu Dogara for calling us from our holiday to come and attend to national interests. We all know that it's a serious business since the period of the chairman of the committees, Alhaji Sayad, for indigenization 1977, the committee for which I'm a member, and also Alhaji Rashidi Badamasi, PPPRC, that later became the PPRA. We have always had this problem of fuel shortages that leads to one committee or the other. We are only asking that this committee that met yesterday should be the last committee that will deal with crisis of petroleum supply and distribution. So we thank you for all the efforts. We thank the NTA especially for the coverage that they have given to this assignment, which means as we are here, Nigeria is here. All the stakeholders are here, and Nigerians at home are also watching what is happening. We've taken what the Ministry of Petroleum Resources and the Group Managing Director of NNPC said, that Nigerians should expect more fuel in abundance, and there is no need for hoarding. Anybody that have fuel in their pit should bring them out and sell to Nigeria at the approved price with the assurance we have gotten from the stakeholders. And because of money too, the issue of the money owed to DAPMA and IPMAN and this thing should be settled so that all private sector will come back into the supply system. On this note, we thank you, my honorable district chairman, and we thank everybody for coming. Thank you very much. We thank the tanker drivers who, during their holiday, both Christian and Muslim, decided to work 24 hours, and Nigerian is grateful to them. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you very much, my distinguished brother. On this note, may I call on any member to move for the adjournment of this session? Yes, Senator Misau, and seconded by distinguished Senator Avenger from Bayelsa State. On this note, I declare.
As the chairman pleases.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Please, Moman, Dapman, Ipman, the committee meeting continues tomorrow at 10. Not today anymore, please. Please take note. The meeting continues at 10. Thank you.
Well, in summary, causes identified for this fuel crisis include the stoppage of importation by marketers due to rumored price differentials, and this had had a knock-on effect on the 100% supply by the NNPC. This resulted in diversion and hoarding of the product. On the way forward, the Minister of State for Petroleum, Ibe Kachiku, is of the view that the business model of supply needs to be reviewed, and a committee has been set up by President Muhammadu Buhari to manage the international crude oil price increases. Ultimately, the minister believes that the situation is for Nigeria's refineries to be operational, as selling crude oil in its raw form is no longer economically viable. On the part of the Group Managing Director of the NNPC, Maikanti Baru, he made similar observations highlighting the snowball effect of the rumored price increases and the one-day strike by Pengerson. He recommends that the depots be more vigilant, as well as efforts to be made that in the first quarter of this year, meeting the 1.9 billion litre target is a prerequisite. The Executive Secretary of the DPR, Mokadai Ladan, urges marketers to assist the NNPC with supply and emphasize the penalty of 279 naira per litre for defaulters and those who hoard the product. This issue was also emphasized upon by the senators during the question and answer session, which included issues of landing costs, pricing, border control, the direct sale and direct purchase scheme, as well as subsidy with respect to supply. Importation split between the NNPC and the private sector was also touched upon. Well, we could go on and on with the details of this quite exhaustive interactive session of this investigative hearing, but this is where we draw the curtain on this live broadcast from the network service on the NTA on this very critical issue that affects the lives of Nigerians. My name is Dennis Adignoy. On behalf of the entire Outside Broadcasting crew, we sincerely thank you for your attention and watching this program, and we now hand you back to our network studios for our continuation of our scheduled programs.